Committee will be in order. Thank you very much for joining us again today. We are going to continue now with the second part of the rule, H.R. 1960. We're going to deal today with the amendments. There were 298 amendments that have been offered to the Rules Committee for H.R. 1960, National Defense Authorization Act, fiscal year 2014. And I'm delighted that we have gotten to a point where we will have members in here all day. I don't need to say this to too many people. Certainly people on the committee will say it if I don't, but brevity is important. I also do not want to take 1 minute from anybody for the time that you feel like that you need to explain your amendment, and I feel the same about our committee members, that they need to understand what we're doing here today. And I would like to welcome the first panel, if I can, Congresswoman Nikki Tsongas, the gentleman, the ranking member, Adam Smith, gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Kaufman, gentleman, Mr. Gibson. If you four would please come up for the first panel. Please remember that microphone needs to be on if you're speaking and probably off if you're not. And without objection, anything that you have in writing will be entered to the record. And I'm delighted that you're here to bring your ideas to the Rules Committee. The gentleman, the ranking member of the committee, is recognized first at this time. Welcome back, my
Great to be back. I have two amendments, and I will try to set a record for brevity in explaining them because they're fairly straightforward. One is on Guantanamo Bay and sets in place the steps necessary to close it. Senator McCain, a couple other senators, and Dennis McDonough went down there just last week, came back and concluded this is not sustainable, but nor can we simply shut it down without a plan. Got to have a plan for what we're going to do with the 166 inmates who are there. So my bill puts that plan in motion, requires the President to come up with my amendment, puts that plan in motion, requires the President to come up with a plan within 60 days, and then strikes the various restrictions throughout the bill that would make it impossible to close Guantanamo. Second amendment, I think is with Mr. Gibson, is also very straightforward. It simply eliminates the power of the President under the AUMF, authorization for the use of military force, to indefinitely detain any person captured in the United States. I'm deeply concerned about executive branch power. I think we've seen a number of examples of it this week that have troubled this country. But there is no greater power than giving the President the ability to designate someone an enemy combatant and then lock them up indefinitely. Now, I understand that we have war zones out there in Afghanistan, arguably in Yemen and Somalia, so I restrict this to within the U.S. But what we have proven time and time again is that our Article III courts, our Department of Justice, can handle that, and they have. In fact, despite the President having this power, neither President Bush nor President Obama has never exercised it. President Bush didn't exercise it except immediately after 9/11 and only a couple of isolated circumstances. It hasn't been used, so obviously it isn't necessary, but having it on the books, I think, is another example of excessive executive power. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could each of the presenters give the number, and if they've revised it, could they say they revised it so it'll be easier for us to...
That is an excellent observation and suggestion, and I will try and stick to that. And I would ask the panel at this time and ask the gentleman please to go back, and if he can give us...
Absolutely, yes. It's number 73 and number 74. Those are the two amendments.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the gentleman. Are there any other suggestions as we engage in this? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and please, you'll need to stick around for questions until I excuse this round. The gentlewoman is welcome once again to the Rules Committee, and I'm delighted that you're here, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment along with my co-sponsor, Representative Michaud of Maine, because of a serious loophole within the Department of Defense acquisition process.
The gentlewoman will wait just 1 second, please. If I could have each of you up front tell us what the number of your amendment is, it would allow the members of the committee the opportunity to be able to search through a stack of some 298 and that way we'd be better prepared. So if Joanwoman would tell us up front.
Amendment 162, my apologies.
162.
Two.
Thank you very much. Joanwoman is recognized.
So this is directed to the acquisition process that is costing us American manufacturing jobs while limiting the ability of U.S. military personnel to train in American-made athletic footwear. I ask you to support my amendment in order to close this loophole. As you may know, Congress passed the Berry Amendment in 1941 to ensure that American soldiers trained and operated to the greatest extent possible with American-made uniforms and equipment. However, since fiscal year 2002, DoD has circumvented this policy by issuing cash allowances to new recruits for training shoes, which are not required to be Berry compliant. My amendment would reverse this practice. When the Army changed this acquisition strategy, it argued that each recruit required greater choice in athletic footwear and cited a lack of Berry-compliant shoes in the marketplace as justification for the change. Today, such arguments are simply not valid. First of all, new recruits are, in reality, given very limited options in the footwear they can choose. In any event, for service members with special medical needs, my amendment would preserve the right to a cash allowance. Second, the domestic footwear industry heard the availability concerns and invested heavily to address this issue. There is now a 100% Berry-compliant shoe on the market at a price of $68, $6 less than the current Army allowance of $74 that requires no waivers. There is also at least one other company that can currently provide a 100% Berry-compliant athletic shoe. Additionally, as a result of language included in the fiscal year 2012 NDAA, more than a dozen companies responded to a Defense Logistics Agency request for information regarding the ability to produce Berry-compliant athletic footwear in the United States. These included companies in New Jersey, California, Virginia, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. To satisfy any remaining concerns about domestic competition, my amendment as drafted would not go into effect until after the Secretary of Defense certifies that there are at least 2 domestic suppliers who can provide 100% Berry-compliant athletic shoes. I think it's time for DoD to treat athletic footwear like every other uniform item, including boots, and buy them from American manufacturers. Thank you, and I respectfully ask for your support for my amendment.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Kaufman, welcome to the committee, and thank you for your service to the United States Army and to the United States Marine Corps, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First Amendment, number 207. The United States Army has requested that a suspension in the upgrade of the M1A1 tank to the M1A2 tank, an upgrade as a cost savings measure, and I certainly support them on that. Certainly on the active duty side, the upgrades have already been done. It will be argued that it threatens our industrial base, but the Army counters that by saying that they believe that foreign sales will make up for the difference and will allow that production to continue. And so that's my First Amendment, 207. My Second Amendment, 208, cuts the Defense Rapid Innovation Program, cuts it $250 million. It was not requested by the administration. It is an innovation program essentially for small business, and it's duplicative of other programs and seems to have emerged as a result of the pressure in terms of banning earmarks. Third Amendment, 209, will help the Department of Defense save money by virtue of clarifying what is commercial in nature in terms of being able to contract for services with the private sector, but doesn't certainly mandate that they contract with the private sector. But I believe that will certainly save money. Amendment 210 is about withdrawing one brigade combat team from Europe, the 2nd Cavalry Regiment that is in Vilseck, Germany, that is not an expeditionary unit by nature, and so failed to see the reason why it's there at this time, there is no requirement for permanent basing of units within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization Charter, a charter which I fully support. And lastly, just want to speak on, and Congressman Polis is a co-sponsor of that amendment, just want to speak in support of 173 with Representative Spear that I'm a co-sponsor of, and expands whistleblower protection for sexual assaults. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleman coming forth to the Rules Committee today. The gentleman, member of the United States Army, as I recall, a veteran, a gentleman from New York, is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I thank the distinguished members of the committee. And I have a couple of amendments, the first of which I join with Mr. Smith. It's number 74, clarification with regard to the Bill of Rights. Our Fifth Amendment says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Sixth Amendment says the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. This is the supreme law of our land, but I recognize coming out of the AUMF that there is, at least for some ambiguity, although for me it's clear, but I think it's important to support this amendment. And, you know, some would say that this amendment would make us weaker. I disagree. I actually think it makes us stronger. And I would hearken back to the times, the founding of our country, and to, I guess, remind folks that at the time that these amendments were written, we were only a few years away from the Revolution, an insurgency that thankfully we prevailed, but was not universally supported in our country. And there were still some hard feelings about where people came down on whether or not to take up arms. But this language united our country. The idea, this Bill of Rights that was codified is something that everyone can rally around. And, you know, I think it's important that this is a good year to do this. Let's clarify this. And so I'd ask the committee to make it in order, and I hope that my colleagues will join Mr. Smith and I in voting for it. My second amendment is number 132. This comes from section 1251 in the underlying language dealing with Syria. My concern here is, first of all, I think that such an important topic should really be handled separately, not within the NDA. I think that this is a very important matter that should deserve its own resolution and its own full debate on the floor. Let me say that I do appreciate the chairman and the ranking member that they did accept the Garamendi-Gibson amendment in committee that clarified that nothing in this language, this section, authorized the use of military force. And I think that that was an important change to the underlying, or clarification, I say, to the underlying bill. But even this language right here concerns me. There are several sections in this language that I would hope that my colleagues would give careful consideration to make sure we're not communicating something that we don't intend to. I think the intent of the language, why it was put there, is we have a national security interest and a concern with the possibility that weapons of mass destruction could become unaccounted for and be an issue for us. I share those concerns. But when you look at the specifics of this language, let me just give a few things. Subsection 1 says, all courses of action to remove the president from power. Subsection 3 talks about rigorous planning and operational preparation. Subsection 5 talks about should continue to support Syrian opposition forces with non-lethal aid. In subsection 8, which I think is the most troubling, should the president, our president, decide to employ any military assets in Syria, the president should provide a supplemental budget request to Congress. Well, on that last point, yes, I mean, I would concur, but when you say should the president decide, that's our responsibility. We share those responsibilities. Again, I want to appreciate the chairman and ranking member for including the clarification in AUMF, but I don't think we mean to say that we should fully consider all courses of action to remove President Assad from power. I don't think we're meaning to say that we're signing up for regime change here. And when you talk about rigorous planning and operational preparation, what exactly do you mean by operational preparation? Planning, I understand. Planning is something the military does all the time. And, you know, the comment here on supporting Syrian opposition with non-lethal aid, I think is a line that I don't want to see us move up to in the middle of this NDAA. So what I recommend is that we strike this language, and that the idea that we would come up with some kind of language that would address our concerns with weapon of mass destruction is something we should work together in conference on. Thank you for this opportunity. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the four of you in this first panel, not only being here and make yourself available, but for bringing your ideas to the Rules Committee. Mr. Smith, I would first ask, notwithstanding, I saw you at 2 o'clock the other morning in committee, or it may have been midnight. Sometimes those get confused to me. Late at night, I didn't look at the time. But I saw you effectively trying to make your point and this amendment in committee, and I recognize it was probably defeated. The President feels very strongly about this issue. Has the President issued a plan? Is this about just those in Gitmo? Would this apply to bringing future people directly to the United States, or what would you envision would happen there?
Well, first of all, the President, had a plan when he first got elected. Congress has blocked it, consistently by banning transfers and a variety of different other methods. Look, the vision is pretty simple and straightforward. Gitmo was set up originally as a dodge. The hope was by holding them there, we could get around aspects of the Constitution. And then I think it was the Hamdi decision, my lawyer is nodding his head, it's always good to have lawyers, where the court said no, because the U.S. effectively controls Guantanamo, the same constitutional protections will apply. So habeas corpus and all of that. So, the reason we put them there was because we thought we could get around some of the, legal requirements and more easily indefinitely detain people, and frankly, more easily get around the Constitution. But two things I think we learned from that. Number one, didn't work, so no advantage. But second, that we don't even need it. We don't need to get around the Constitution in order to protect our country. So the vision is simple. There's 166 inmates there. We will handle them in the United States. Or in some cases, they will be returned to their home country. There are some 84, I think, who have been designated releasable, but there are now certification requirements on releasing them back to certain countries and whether or not those countries can guarantee that they will control them, thereabouts. So the vision is simple, These are our enemies. We can hold them here. We have maximum security prisons, and I realize this is a tough argument, but, in every state here, I'm pretty sure we've got some nasty, nasty people. We've got terrorists, over 300 terrorists incarcerated in the United States, including Ramzi Youssef and the Blind Sheikh, dangerous, dangerous people who are internationally known. We have supermax facilities who hold them, just like we hold, mass murderers and, child killers and all kinds of dangerous people. So Guantanamo was set up to be temporary, and it is, still an international eyesore. It's still looked at as the United States trying to get around its own laws and a degradation of our values. And keep in mind, this is, yes, it's now President Obama, but President George W. Bush in 2008 said, we're going to close it. John McCain as a candidate said, we're going to close it. Bob Gates, Secretary of Defense, said we're going to close it. For all those reasons. It's a recruiting tool for our enemies. It's an impediment to being able to cooperate with our friends because they don't want to be cooperating in anything that winds up someone being sent to an what they think of as an extrajudicial incarceration facility. So we ought to be strong enough to close it and then deal with the 166 people who are there. And I realize there are some tough questions raised by that. But the first question is, where should we hold them? And that, I think, is fairly straightforward. Not at Guantanamo.
Appreciate the gentleman. Mrs. Fox.
It's buried. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of the members for coming and presenting their amendments, but I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Polis.
I want to express appreciation for working with Mr. Coffin on his amendment, and I hope that I'm proud to join as a co-sponsor, of course, and we've I think, taken some good feedback into account from a similar version in the prior year, and I think hopefully this is one that will garner even more support on the floor of the House, and I hope that the Chair will include it in the rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Mr. Webster. No question. Gentleman, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, let me ask you a question about your amendment. This is identical to the Mr. Smith, yeah, I'm sorry. This is identical to the amendment last year known as the Smith-Amash Amendment?
Yeah, that would be correct.
That is correct, yes.
Well, let me ask you this, because I did not vote for that amendment last year, and I was concerned because of the case of Mr. Abdul Muttalib, the individual who was apprehended on Christmas Day or the day after at the Detroit airport, who was not an American citizen, who boarded the airplane in Nigeria, who had explosive device sewn into his underclothes. I thought it was wrong to Mirandize that individual at the time he was taken off the airplane. I thought it was critical to know if there were other individuals from whatever source who had explosives sewn into their underclothes, and I thought that was important information that we should have had. Would your amendment have prevent the interrogation of an individual like Mr. Abdul Muttalib if he were to reappear in some other form?
This is a source of enormous frustration for me in terms of understanding how this works. I mean, first of all, there are exceptions to Mirandizing, and if in fact you have someone like this, and there is, I forget the exact phrase, but if there's immediate danger that's out there, you're permitted to question them for some period of time to try to figure out that immediate danger. But more to the point, there's this fundamental misunderstanding about it.
May I interrupt you there for a second, because that is important?
Yeah.
Because my understanding with the surviving Sarnoff brother, there was not an immediate Mirandizing of that individual, even though he was an American citizen.
Right.
In order to gather information that
and that's a
people
judgment
felt was critical.
True, that's a judgment call. But my second thing, that's even more.
But before we go to your second thing, let's clarify this, because it is important to me to understand why is your amendment necessary if we have the tools we need, as evidenced by the handling of the surviving Sarnoff brother. Why would your amendment even be necessary? I agree with. We do want to be careful of the handling of American citizens. I got big problems with allowing Mr. Abdul Muttalib the same consideration when he has flown into our country with the express interest of taking out one of the largest metropolitan areas in our country.
You've raised several issues, so let me try to address them, and if I could address them comprehensively, and then if you have follow-up, I'm happy to try to answer that. And it is awkward, but I see no way that I can both speak into the microphone and face you from my current situation. Which I apologize. So this is like some sort of bizarre
I appreciate your lack of duplicity.
We do recognize that, and thank you for acknowledging that also. And I'm sorry that we.
No, it's just the setup. It's not a problem.
Set it that way.
Look, first of all, in both cases that you've mentioned, the Boston case and the Detroit case, indefinite detention, the thing that our amendment bans, was not used, was not necessary, and in both cases, we got the information we needed out of both of those individuals. One has been, tried, convicted, and incarcerated. The other is on their way to that place. So the first thing to keep in mind is my amendment, our amendment, bans something that wasn't necessary and wasn't used in those cases. It's just troubling to have it out there for the President to have that authority outside of the Constitution. But the second point, which I desperately want to make, is that there seems to be this thinking that once you Mirandize somebody, that's the end of the investigation. As if Abdul Muttalib and, I can't pronounce his name, the guy in Boston, are somehow unaware of the fact that they don't have to talk until they're reminded. That's not the way it works. When you arrest somebody, whether you Mirandize them or not, they don't automatically have to talk. As anyone who's done investigations will tell you, and done interrogations, it is an art form to getting somebody to talk. And Miranda we got a ton of information out of Abdul Muttalib after he was Mirandized. Miranda does not prevent you from gathering the necessary intelligence. In fact, in many cases, it's a very useful tool. And you talk to law enforcement, FBI, local law enforcement, They have to do this all the time. They get a ton of information out of people that way. And sometimes, just even without Miranda, the guy doesn't have to talk. And believe me, he's aware of it. So interrogation is not really connected to that. So I don't think it's necessary, and I think the Abdul-Muttalib case proves that. And that amount of power to leave in the executive branch, to give the president the authority to designate someone an enemy combatant, U.S. citizen or otherwise. And by the way, I like to point out, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, says any person in the U.S., any person, because the Constitution didn't want us to abuse the rights of anybody who was within the U.S., regardless of their citizenship. And if we are strict constructionists, and I hear from my conservative friends all the time, the Constitution means exactly what it says, then there should be no distinction between a U.S. person and a citizen, because there's no distinction in the very Bill of Rights that we are speaking to protect.
Well, let me just ask you this as a follow-up, and Alpha, if that is already enshrined in the Constitution, why is your amendment even necessary?
My amendment is necessary because under the authorization for the use of military force, the president is authorized to designate someone an enemy combatant if they are a covered person as defined in the AUMF. They can then take that person and indefinitely detain them without due process of law. That is an enormous amount of power to give to the executive branch.
But if I will submit that I'm just a simple country doctor, not a lawyer, but if the Constitution has supremacy, it seems like a good lawyer would be able to make that argument, even if they had to take it to the highest court in the land.
The law, what the courts have determined is that the AUMF is constitutional, okay? The courts have determined that the president, under the congressional authority to detain someone within the U.S., has, they've decided it's constitutional. We can argue about that. A ton of people argued about that, said it isn't constitutional. So the courts have decided that it is a legislative matter. So, yeah, it would be great if the courts had reached the other conclusion. They didn't. They said the legislature has the power to give the president this authority, which we did. So the only solution then is to have the legislative branch take that authority away. The courts will not do it based solely on the Constitution.
Well, because the Constitution also says that we are charged with providing the common defense, and it would seem to me the defense of our country would include the defense against an individual who boarded a plane in Nigeria, came to Detroit with the express purpose of exploding his pants on top of the approach to the runway in Detroit, which would have been a devastating consequence, not just for the people on the plane.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with what we do with him after we capture him. Absolutely, we want to defend that in any way possible.
Well, part of that defense would be to ascertain whether there are other such individuals with similar aspirations.
So when you capture him, question him.
And I think the choice to Mr. Abdul-Muttalib was not, do you want a lawyer? Do you want the doctors at the burn center at Ann Arbor to treat this ghastly burn you have on your midsection, or would you like us to send you back to Nigeria, and good luck? I think that the information was so critical. I don't know how much he talked after.
So if I may just clarify.
But I don't think Mr. Sarnoff was exactly cooperative after he received his rights. And I would submit Mr. Sarnoff was more likely to know about the Miranda protections than Mr. Abdul-Muttalib. Mr. Sarnoff, having grown up here and watched countless replays of Dragnet like most of us have.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, gladly.
Dr. Burgess, just for what it's worth, my views on this is, number one, the system did work with the Christmas Day bomber. We went through an Article III court, and that gentleman was found guilty. And he's serving a life in prison. And,
but Mr. Gibson, if I may, it worked because he was the only one. What if he'd been part of a broader conspiracy and that had worked?
Then if I could, there is a public safety exception, okay, which is out there that enables you to question somebody. And again, I will emphasize that Miranda or no Miranda, the guy doesn't have to talk. And there's no magic in not Mirandizing them. Yes, we want to get the maximum amount of information out of them possible. And I would urge you to talk to people who have done interrogations to figure out how that is done in circumstances like this. So I think same result. You get the information. It doesn't change that.
And the gentleman yield. My point to this is that absolutely that we defend this country, and I believe that with every fiber in my body. I'd go back in uniform if I felt like we needed to do that. But we also need to remember what we're fighting for. You know, this Bill of Rights, this is what makes us special. And what's codified in the Fifth and Sixth Amendment, I think, is very clear. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. I think that's what we need to rally around is our Bill of Rights.
Well, I think, obviously, the end where you have to agree to disagree on this, and I likely will not support Mr. Smith's amendment on the floor. Mr. Gibson, let me just ask you a question about the Syria issue that you brought up, and I do think that is an important issue that you've raised. Correct, there's a national interest because of the possibility of weapons of mass destruction, but there is also a large issue of the displaced persons from Syria, which, although it's not a direct influence on our national security, it is likely to have a destabilizing effect on a part of the world that could. My understanding is there's 500,000 refugees in each of three countries, Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. So your amendment to strike this language, do you have an opinion as to what our reaction or response should be in reference to the human rights crisis that is occurring on the Syrian borders?
So, Doc, my view on this is that this is such a huge issue. I think we should handle this in our own resolution with an extended period to debate this, that we work this Foreign Affairs Committee should be involved in marking it up, and we would have an opportunity to use the process here. You know, my issue with this language is that we have said a number of things in this section that I would hope we have learned from our recent history, including what happened in Libya. So I think I certainly understand the sensitivities and some of the issues. You just raised another one. There are even others. But I don't think that putting this in the National Defense Authorization Act is the best way forward for our country. I think we should strike this language, and we should either move forward with regular order in the Foreign Affairs Committee or come to a tighter set of language in the conference.
Well, I don't disagree with you, and if you would be so kind as to let me know when you draft and drop the bill, I'll be happy to be a co-sponsor. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thanks very much. I noticed that we've had several members of the Rules Committee panel who have had an opportunity now to be here. Is there anyone that would wish to question witnesses on their amendments? Seeing none at this time, I want to thank all four of you for being our first panel, and appreciate you taking the time to be with us, and you're now excused. I recognize we're on a vote. I know it's going to take us a while to assemble downstairs. We're going to continue at this time. I would ask the second panel, that would include the gentleman, Congressman Rowe from Tennessee, the gentlewoman Garamendi, gentleman from California, if he'll please join us, a gentleman, Mr. Cooper, who would join us, and the gentleman, Mr. Bresendine from Oklahoma. I believe that I'm trying to take these, Bresendine, I'll try and take these, Bridenstine, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Bridenstine, who would then join us. And then you will hear me announce as we move further, those that have appeared, I then put them on for the third panel, and they would be expected to be next. I want to thank each of you for joining us today at the Rules Committee. H.R. 1960, you're aware, and I am too, that we have some 300 amendments that we've got to deal with this afternoon. I do not have to tell you that what you say is important for this committee. You've taken time to give us your ideas. We're interested in you taking as much time as necessary. With that said, we have some 300 amendments that we need to go through today. I'd like to also ask, if I can, when you do address the committee, if you could please reference the amendments that you're speaking with up front. It would allow us a chance to prepare properly. Lastly, without objection, without anything that you have in writing that you would bring to the committee today will be entered into the record. And I thank you for taking time to be here. The gentleman, Mr. Cooper, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a member of the Armed Services Committee, and I have one amendment for the committee. It has to do with restoring New Start funding. This is the treaty of
Number.
see the number on here. I apologize. NDA
136.
136. I'm sorry, it was not written on my piece of paper. We have a treaty agreement that was ratified by the Senate with Russia. It's supposed to take effect in 2018. This amendment would restore $70 million of funding so that we could implement the treaty that the U.S. Senate has already ratified and agreed to. In the committee markup, one of my Republican friends, Mr. Lamborn, questioned the source of funding for it. We have worked on that and adjusted that. I hope to his satisfaction. We certainly did not take it away from the source that he objected to. So we've tried to work this out on a bipartisan basis. It would implement the official policy of the United States as ratified by the Senate on a bipartisan basis. It was an overwhelming vote. So this just allows us to live up to our treaty commitments.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Chairman. I ask that you make my amendment number 285 in order. What this amendment does is create a panel to look at a single electronic health record. Mr. Chairman, I've been on the Veterans Affairs Committee for 4.5 years. I've seen hundreds of thousands of claims delayed because of inaccurate or not accurate information. The idea is that at some point in time, the Department of Defense and the VA have an electronic health record that could actually talk to each other. My first term in Congress, I knew I was a freshman congressman 4.5 years ago when I went to Great Lakes, Illinois in January to evaluate their system up there at Great Lakes, and it hasn't worked. In the last year and a half, DOD and VA have spent $1 billion, that's with a B, to create an electronic health record system and they cannot communicate. And what this says is that we put a panel together, this amendment does, that will, within 90 days, will force the VA and the DOD to have equal representation from a panel to come up with standards to form this. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be sitting here 4 years from now with one group that can't speak to another, and veterans suffer because of this. We have 800, 900 plus thousand claims right now backlogged. And if you were a young soldier when you went in the military, if you could take a thumb drive and you got separated from the military, go to the VA and there's your record. You could have it evaluated by your veterans service officer, and that claim adjudicated in no time at all. So there's not a panel member up here who doesn't have constituents that's been held back because of this archaic system. So that's what this is for. I also have a bill that I'm withdrawing, 286, which would set up sort of an X factor type of prize for somebody who could come do this, because it's clear right now that the DOD and VA are not going to. The DOD is going to spend a whole lot of money replacing a system that still can't talk to the VA. And if you sense my frustration, I'm going to be on that committee 4 years from now, and we're going to be having the same conversation if we don't force them to do this. And they just, the 5th of February, let me quote Secretary Hagel. In testimony before the House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee, Secretary Hagel admitted when it came to the electronic health record, DOD didn't know what the hell we're doing. End quotes. That's what he said. And the Chief Information Officer of the VA estimated the cost of DOD VA development could rise to $12 billion. So that's what my amendment is. I would ask that you rule it in order. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is Amendment 239. This amendment deals with the Afghan National Security Forces, the $7.7 billion that we will, under the NDAA, give to the Afghan National Security Forces next year. That's a 51% increase over what we are giving to them this year, $2.6 billion, presumably for new equipment, aircraft, air support systems, vehicles, and other equipment. We have absolutely no idea what that equipment is, where it's coming from, what it's going to cost, what they're going to do with it, how they're going to maintain it, and it is a wide open check for graft and corruption. This amendment would simply say that $2.6 billion of new money for that purpose will be withheld until we know where it is going to be spent, how the money is going to be used, how the equipment will be maintained. In other words, can we not have a blank check? can we have a specific idea of how we're going to spend an additional $2.6 billion on the Afghan National Security Force. That's it. It's pretty simple. It doesn't remove the money. It simply says, hey, you better tell us how it's going to be used, where it's going to be used, for what, how you're going to maintain it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bridenstine.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got two amendments. Number one is 158, and they're pretty simple. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to present this. The first one is just a Russian military power report, very similar to the annual report that the Department of Defense does on China, on Iran, on North Korea. And all it does is it says, you know, here's the issue. We have a very aggressive Russian Federation that is helping Assad in Syria, that is intransigent when it comes to Iran, that still occupies parts of Georgia, and that has threatened nuclear war on Eastern Europe. And they are spending $750 billion modernizing their military to include their nuclear offensive capabilities, their defensive capabilities, but also a deployable Navy that will be occupying the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, and certainly when it comes to air power, they're modernizing their Air Force as well. And all I'm asking for is an amendment that would allow the Department, that would have the Department of Defense provide a report what the assessment is of the Russian capabilities over the next 20 years and maybe what their intent might be. So that's a very simple amendment. The other amendment is simple. It's another report on the security implications of the Caspian Sea energy development. Everybody here is aware that energy security is critical for economic freedom, and Eastern European countries, again, they have threats from Russia regarding their energy security. And I would like to see a report developed that basically outlines how we can protect, if you will, energy security in the Eastern European countries, because obviously their economic freedom is at stake, and when their economic freedom is at stake, then the world is more dangerous. So those are my two amendments. And the second one, the Caspian Sea energy development, is Amendment 116.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little disturbed by what you said, Mr. Garamendi, not your words, but the words that you bring to us about money, some $7 billion that may not be well thought out. And certainly this isn't the first time we've engaged in giving a foreign country money. The committee chairman's aware of this. The Defense Department's aware of this. Just an open checkbook, as you suggest?
That's what I suggested. There's no indication as to how the additional, there's $5.1 billion that is from last year. That continues on. Hopefully that's been spent well. There's another $2.6 billion. What I didn't toss out to you was another little factoid. See if I can get this correct. They have, oh, here it is. Of the $52 billion that we appropriated for the Afghanistan Security Forces Fund, only about $44 billion has been obligated. This is money that's already out there. $40 billion dispersed. So $44 billion this is over the last several years. $52 billion authorized, $44 billion obligated, $4 billion dispersed. Where's the other $12 billion? Not dispersed, not obligated. We don't know where it is. Presumably it's sitting in some account someplace. My point here is that if we're going to give them an additional $2.6 billion, then we ought to know how it's going to be spent. We do know that if in fact it was spent on equipment rather than going into somebody's bank account in Bahrain, then who's going to maintain it? How are they going to maintain it? Do they have any pilots? Do they have any maintenance people? Do they even have an airfield? And all of the other equipment, the same kinds of things could be asked. And what could we do with $2.6 billion? Well, we could reduce the deficit. We could perhaps provide school lunch programs, you name it. This is a black hole if there ever was one. And what we're saying is, tell us how you're going to spend it, and then the money can be freed up.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our colleagues for coming today. I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Very much. Judge Hastings?
Before this panel took place, I had a phone to go off, and I apologize to you and the other members. I normally, as a matter of fact, I've never had that to happen.
Yes,
but
sir. Well, I hope it was a good call.
No, it was not. It was with Allstate Insurance Company, and I'm having a battle with them. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the testimony, and I was going to ask of the chair if there's a way that we might be able to rotate and keep the hearing going, or has the chair already decided? And obviously, if that's the case, then fine. But I did want to ask Mr. Brandon, pronounce your name for me so I don't do it wrong, last name.
Stein, like Bride of Frankenstein.
I hear you. I would probably change my name, but
I'm insulted.
Mr. Bridenstine, why Russia for you? So as how I'll know where you're coming from. And I have no axis to grind one way or the other. I certainly, having spent a considerable amount of time in a significant number of countries around the world, I perceive that there is in the minds of some this notion about Russia. But why would we need, and I might add, I believe that what you're requesting is, to a relative degree, having served on the Intelligence Committee and not having served on armed services, but being conversant with some of the actions here over the course of years, there's always a study going on with reference to the military power and intentions of countries, legion. But why Russia with you?
Well, when you look at the layout of the world, certain countries are a lot more powerful and a lot more aggressive than other countries. Certain countries control energy. Certain countries have more money. When Russia is investing $750 billion into modernization, and they occupy areas of Georgia, and they are supporting the Assad regime in Syria, and they're certainly not helpful, in fact, problematic when it comes to Iran. And, I believe in freedom. And when you have Eastern European countries that want economic freedom, that want to maintain independence, and they have their energy supplies turned off in the dead of winter, which is a human rights violation, in my opinion, and you have Russian generals threatening nuclear war if these Eastern European countries cooperate with any missile defense technology. It's interesting to note that the Russians are modernizing their offensive nuclear capability, and if anybody wants to defend themselves, then Russia immediately threatens nuclear war.
All right.
This is not a regime that we need to take lightly as a nation, and we as members of Congress should be considered. And all I'm asking for here is a report. I want to know what is the threat over the next 20 years. When they spend $750 billion, what are they getting for that? And how are we postured, especially when you consider that their president, Vladimir Putin, he's out there talking about how one of the greatest problems in his country is the fact that the Soviet Union fell apart, and we in America believe in freedom. We believe that the Soviet Union falling apart and all those states getting democratic institutions, the right to assemble and the freedom of speech and press and the right to have political opposition, these are values that we hold dear.
Okay, then just reclaiming my time.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad I asked, and I think you've answered your question that you put forward in your amendment.
Okay.
You seem to know their intentions, which are manifest in many of the things that you just got through saying. But I don't understand if you're going down that road, and if you're looking 20 years out at military projections, then there are countries that perhaps you should pay just as much attention to. And I believe that the Defense Department, both under Republican secretaries of defense and Democratic secretaries of defense, and the intelligence apparatus that we have, is dealing with what you're requesting. I don't find any quarrel with it, but I would think China and what they're going to look like 20 years from now, I think Iran, what they're going to look like 20 minutes from now, is something that's going to be of vital concern. But you've given me my answer, and I appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bishop. Thank you very much. Mr. Polis?
No questions.
Chairman Cole.
Thank you. Just a quick question, my friend from Tulsa, because both those amendments seem eminently sensible to me, the sorts of things that we ought to know. I also know you said, obviously, on the Armed Services Committee. Did the committee entertain either of these amendments, or is some reason why that wasn't dealt with in the committee hearing itself?
This is obviously, as a Navy pilot and somebody who's been engaged in fighting my country's battles for a number of years, this is obviously something that's important to me personally. But to be quite frank, I had folks that came to me and asked me to carry this. And that's really what spurred this here in the last moment. I believe in it, full-hearted. This is part of who I am, and I believe in it. But, it was something that somebody asked me to do, and I'm happy to do it.
So, I mean, literally, those just came up. This is a post-markup amendment then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had something for Dr. Rowe. The American Civil War veterans' records were bound in red tape, and it was difficult to access them. And so that's where the American term, modern term, came from, was from a problem you're trying to solve that's existed since the 1860s. So way to go.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Time, Dr. Burgess.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an additional question for Dr. Rowe. We talked about this a lot with the consideration of the appropriations bill. Have you discussed this with Chairman Culberson of the Military Construction Subcommittee?
No, I have not.
The only reason I ask is it was he acknowledged the problem. He put a solution forward in the appropriations bill, which we all voted for last week. His concern was that we work in a unified fashion, both on the authorizing and the appropriations end, to see that we get a solution to this problem, because, right, it has gone on for far too long. And I would just encourage you to have a discussion with him that what you're proposing is not going to be at odds with what he proposed and was passed in the appropriations bill. I don't remember the language precisely enough to speak to that myself, but I would appreciate it if you would have that conversation and perhaps talk to me about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel for being here and excuse them at this time. We have less than 40 members that have voted, and there are probably 40 that are up here. So the committee will be in recess until just right after the last vote. There are 3 votes expected, and then we'll reconvene at that time.
The beginning of the last vote.
When the last vote is done, many times I am late because I'm down there, and so I don't want people. And so we'll recess until that time.
spoken, so I mean, I'll be starting in the morning. Very good.
About 45 minutes? 45 minutes about?
Me?
For the vote?
Oh, it's a, what is it? I mean, there are 15 and 2 files. 15 and 2 fives. So, maybe we have that. I mean, because they never, they've already been going for a little while on their 15-minute. Everybody waits until the end to vote anyway, so it's longer than 15 minutes. And I don't know if they're going to quit calling them up in, in groups or what, but I can't imagine how they're already calling some people. But, I don't know.
We don't know what all it entails, but I actually wondered the same thing.
Yeah.
Committee will be in order, and I would encourage the young chairman to stay right there. I'd also ask that you be joined by, and I do recognize I had seen Congresswoman Jackie Spear. I do not see her here now. I was going to put her on this. I'd like to ask the gentleman, Congressman Green, if he would please join us, the gentlewoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ms. Solaro, if you will please join this panel. Thank you very much. As each of you know, we're handling about 300 amendments today and have our colleagues that will be coming through the Rules Committee. So I'd like to ask each of you to be as succinct as you choose. I'm interested in all of your ideas. Take as much time as you need and then quickly get it done. On behalf of the committee, we're delighted that you're here. Without objection, anything that you bring in written form, we will enter into the record if you'll leave it with us. The last part is it's a unanimous request from us that we'd like to have you, please, when you begin your discussion after just telling us how wonderful we are, if you would please tell us the amendment number that you would wish to speak on today so that the committee would have an opportunity to gather that. And I am delighted that you're here and would ask at this time, I know each of you have been here for quite some time. I'd like to ask the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, with the knowledge that I believe he has to go to the House floor, and if he could make sure that mic is on. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I promise I will be pithy and concise. We're taking up amendment number 259. It is styled the Transportation for Heroes Act of 2013. This is the amendment that relates to it. And this act, Mr. Chairman, allows us an opportunity to do something to benefit our veterans. It would allow veterans the opportunity to receive transportation fares that are at a 50% discount at off-peak hours in transit systems that receive grants from the federal government. And these urban area formula grants are accorded cities. My city, for example, got about $70 million in FY 2012. There are many other cities that benefit from the grants, and we're trying to give our veterans the same opportunity that we give those who are handicapped and those who suffer from various illnesses and our seniors.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know the gentleman is in a rush to go downstairs. Do you have a few minutes? If at any point you're getting pushed, I'd like for you to remain on this panel until you get excused, giving this panel an opportunity to question.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Ms. Solaro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I urge the committee to report a rule that makes an
Is that microphone on?
Managers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The amendment would bar contractors and subcontractors doing business with the Department of Defense from retaliating against employees who discuss their wages. 2 days ago, we recognized the 50th anniversary of the Equal Pay Act. It was supported by President Eisenhower, passed by Congress, and signed into law by John F. Kennedy. Despite this bipartisan law, a half-century later, women are only paid 77 cents on the dollar for the same job as men. And for women of color, the disparity is even worse. One of the main reasons that pay discrimination persists is because it's difficult to uncover it when employees are prohibited from discussing their salaries. Right now, nearly half of all workers in America cannot discuss their pay with their coworkers without fear of punishment, be it demoted, passed over for raises and promotions, or even fired. We know for a fact that pay retaliation helps to perpetuate discrimination in the workplace. Mary Ledbetter, for example, found out about decades of pay discrimination only because she got an anonymous note long after she began her work at Goodyear. Terry Kelly, Nashville, Tennessee, uncovered her unequal pay because she worked in the same job as her husband with the same experience, education, and performance, and he made more. 6 states already ban retaliation for wage disclosure: California, Illinois, Michigan, Maine, Colorado, and Vermont. I think this should be a federal policy as well and should apply to all who do business with the federal government. Putting this provision into the National Defense Authorization Act is a good first step. The Defense Department does business with about 235,000 private contractors, spends billions of dollars a year on contracts. One of the contractors is Goodyear, and over $100 million in defense contracts. And Goodyear, the former employer of Lee Ledbetter, still has a pay secrecy policy. Ending pay retaliation and secrecy among our defense contractors will deliver strong signal, no tools to combat unequal pay. Of course, employees whose jobs involve wages, like those who work in personnel departments, would not be covered by this provision. The Equal Pay Act of 1963 had its origins in the actions taken by the War Labor Board during World War II, when millions of workers, like my own mother, went to work in factories to support the war effort. It issued an order banning unequal pay for men and women in the same factories. Today, men and women are still working to keep the nation safe, but they are being paid unequally. By banning pay retaliation, allowing employees to share their salaries without fear of retribution, the amendment moves us one small step further to ending pay discrimination and doing right by the workers and families who do business with the Department of Defense. I urge you to allow consideration of this amendment rule, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlewoman, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will offer my appreciation for the courtesies of this committee, and also I want to thank
You'll be well respected. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do want to thank the authorizing committee, Armed Services Committee, both the chairman and the ranking member for the committee, and my office has attempted to work collaboratively together on a number of these amendments, and some of which I have worked on in the last authorization. The first amendment I wish to speak for is Jackson-Lee number 163, which directs a collaboration with the Department of Defense National Institutes of Health in combat of triple-negative breast cancer. As I go through the years, I am meeting with women or daughters or family members who have lost women through the devastation of triple-negative breast cancer, which causes a loss of life more quickly than other forms of breast cancers. And the specifics of this is just to say that I think this combination will help identify specific genetic and molecular targets and biomarkers for triple-negative breast cancer. That is the best element of moving forward in cooperation with private sector research that is ongoing. My second amendment is amendment number, and that amendment is supported by the committee, meaning the Armed Services. The Jackson-Lee 171 is supported by the committee, requires the Secretary of Defense to develop a plan and provide the Congress a plan for addressing the number of civilian contractors engaged in holding top-secret security clearances pursuant to a study, thoughtful study that will occur, and then an action to allow for a response to the numbers that are, I think we're well aware and heard the numbers of some 70% and some 1,000,004 contractors or individuals that have the top secret clearance. 400,000 of them are in the private sector that have the top secret. 1.4 million have a classified ability to access. And therefore, this amendment has also been supported by the committee. My third amendment is supported by the committee, requires a posting of information on sexual assault prevention and response resources, which is to educate those who will have access and need to have access to really preventing this form of actions that we're all working against. I don't want to call it an epidemic, but it is challenging in our particular services. My fourth amendment, number 167, provides an improved management of defense equipment and supplies through an automated information and data capture technologies. This is to provide for a unique identification policy for serialized asset control is designed as a foundation upon which to make any number of asset management and supply chain management improvements. My fifth amendment, number 162, is supported by the committee, requires outreach for small business concerns owned and controlled by women and minorities. Required before contracting can be come to a close. My sixth amendment, Jackson-Lee number 159, requires the Government Accountability Office to include in its annual report to Congress a list of the most common grounds for sustaining protests related to bids for contractors. Seventh Amendment, number 164, is supported by the committee, and it is to ensure a sustainable flow of qualified mental health counselors to meet the long-term needs of members of the armed services veterans and their families. We have worked, all of us, together on the issue of PTSD, and the numbers continue to increase as we draw down finally in Iraq and Afghanistan, or finally in Afghanistan, but also those who come from military bases or combat areas around the world. 169 wants to increase the post-traumatic stress disorder funding dealing with anxiety disorders and depression by $5 million. Number 172, the bill increases the military pay to 1.8%. I'm asking to increase it to 2%, primarily because many of these soldiers are either single parents or heads of household, and I believe that in the service of this nation, that minimally that we can afford across the board 2% increase to soldiers, some of whom are experiencing difficult financial conditions, and many of whom are even utilizing food stamps. Amendment number 170 addresses the issue of drone use in the United States, which specifically wants to ensure that any military assets or drones are not used in domestic populations. Ask the committee to consider these amendments.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from California, Chairman of the Government Reform Committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is number 117, and it is, in fact, almost identical to H.R. 1232. It's very appropriate to put this into this bill because it does cover defense. It also covers, if you will, government-wide. This bill, known as FATAR, when it came out of our committee, is an important modification and one that I'd just like to quickly give you a little of the history on. We currently document about $80 to $81 billion spent on IT. The estimates by the GAO are that it's over $100 billion, but much of it, believe it or not, is funded through funds that are not easily identifiable as IT. Years ago, and by the way, Jerry Conley is my co-sponsor, and I think one of the important things is after posting this on our website and on an outside site, we were able to come to a unanimous, I repeat, unanimous vote out of our committee, one in which every issue that could possibly be addressed to modernize IT acquisition was addressed. This is unusual for our committee. Ms. Fox would probably call it unheard of. But part of the reason was we were addressing how to spend that $80 to $100 billion better. One of the most important changes that happens in here is that currently people working with government are aware of a title, Chief CIO or Chief IT Officer. These officers, the Chief Information Officer, this title was supposed to mean something under Klinger-Cohen passed a number of years ago, and it doesn't. It turns out that except for one CIO, none of them have budget authority. This bill requires that that title and budget authority go hand in hand. No longer can we, in fact, give people the title and then ultimately have them get the dollars but not the responsibility. And as I'm sure all of you here realize, one of our problems with IT programs are not the ones that work. It's the ones that never work, and after as much as $1 billion can ultimately be abandoned. Being able to have someone with budget authority realize sooner that a program is not going to work, or to move funds from programs that aren't working into ones that may, are probably the only way that we can truly modernize it. There are a number of issues, including the dealing with, and I want to highlight it, the dealing with what's called open source software, or software that the government essentially buys that does not have a proprietary fee to be paid. This bill puts open source software on an equal footing with what you might call proprietary software, ultimately leveraging the ability for the government to, in the long run, pay less by running this down. Lastly, one of the most important ones, and the reason that although it's focused on defense, it has to be government-wide. We buy licenses throughout the government. Currently, every Tom, Dick, and agency buys licenses, and because they buy them separately, they almost always have an excess of licenses. When you accumulate all those excesses, it's huge excess purchasing. Our bill allows for there to be a one government mentality in most of our procurement. This would allow for the more efficient purchasing of the proper number of licensing. The federal government, more than probably any other entity in the world, goes out of its way to make sure that it pays properly for all licenses. But we should not pay for seats that will never be filled. So I will guarantee you with some certainty that if you allow this one to be heard, it will be heard quickly on a bipartisan basis, and I'm more than happy to have it voiced on the floor. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman and the entire panel for you being before us today, and I have no questions at this time. Gentlewoman, Ms. Fox recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I particularly appreciate Mr. Ice's amendment in terms of the IT situation. Having seen this at the state level and now at the federal level, it just breaks my heart that we waste so much money in this area. So thank you very much. I thank all the panel members for being here.
Mr. McGovern. Mr. Bishop.
Could I just a couple of very quick questions. Mr. Green, first of all, your amendment that deals with veteran benefits, is that being heard in the Veterans Affairs Committee?
No, sir, it has not been heard, and it is not scheduled to be heard at this point.
And it's not going forward in the Veterans Committee at all?
No, sir. It will if we don't get the amendment through, yes. But
for both Ms. Delora and Mr. Isa, are your amendments specific to the Defense Department, or are they broader than that? So it's an issue that, as you were talking, was system-wide. Is the language of your amendment specific to the Defense Department, so only they are being impacted by your amendment?
Yes, this amendment affects the Department of Defense because of the
specifically, and only them.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Isa?
Mine is government-wide. The Department of Defense is the largest purchaser of IT, and ultimately, if we did it as a separate bill, the question, as you could imagine, would be, are you mandating this, and why is this isn't coming up as DOD? I want to be respectful that some years ago, there was a procurement reform done in DOD authorization, but it didn't enjoy the benefit that a government-wide consolidation where DOD can leverage its acquisitions and standardization against all the procurement. And I think particularly, and you mentioned, Mr. Green, the fact is that we need to have this consolidation because DOD and Veterans Affairs, they need to start looking at their ITs in a more consolidated way and with CIOs. So I am aware that this is government-wide, the bill was government-wide, but bringing it here was not an attempt to circumvent anything. This is a very, very broadly approved bipartisan bill that we believe will be happily received in the Senate where it has a counterpart.
All right. And Ms. Jackson-Lee, just your amendment to increase the salary pay to 2%, do you have a cost figure on that of what the increased cost would be?
What do you want to cost offset? Yeah. We have asked CBO for an offset.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll send it to the Rules Committee.
You've asked for an offset.
No, you've asked for scoring.
We've asked for a scoring, and we've asked
Scoring.
Yeah.
You don't have a scoring back yet.
We don't have the scoring back yet.
And you have not got an offset yet either.
We have not gotten an offset
Okay.
because we're looking for the scoring.
Thank you.
First of all, you evidently want to gain my attention.
No, I was just saying is that, no, I'm happy.
Well, when young women smile at me, maybe that's all I needed. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to Mr. Bishop with an additional comment. I don't know that it will be heard by Veterans Affairs. I would hope that it would be heard so as to make it conspicuously clear that I have not received any signal. The bill will be filed. This is the amendment that we hope to have heard today.
If I could as well, Mr. Bishop, in light of your question, I think that this is an issue that ought to apply, very honestly, to any contractor with the federal government. Department of Homeland Security has about $6 billion in contracts, and within the Department of Homeland Security, they preclude a contract if there is a felony charge or if you are delinquent on your taxes. So they do allow in several of our agencies, not every agency, contracts in the way that Homeland Security and Defense do. But with regard to this effort, it should be, in my view, government-wide where there are contracts involved, because we have the ability to look at those and make a determination of who we want to contract with. And if they're discriminating, we don't want to encourage that kind of behavior. Thank you.
Add to Mr. Bishop's question on the issue of the offset. We do know that the 4 of the appropriation bills are not subjected to sequester. One of them is defense and military construction. So we do know that an offset is required, and we are working on that. And I just wanted to let you know. And that was the basis of it, because they were not subject to sequester like the other 8 appropriation bills. Thank you.
Gentleman yields time. Gentleman, Judge Hastings yields no time and no time. Mr. Polis, you request time? No.
I'm just trying to get a suck up. Give us a good comment on this. I will. I want to. It seems like Mr. Isa will perhaps want some more time. I'll go to
Mr. Isa?
No, I just figured you've seen firsthand how IT is supposed to be bought positively. One of the things Mr. Bishop said that hopefully all of you will consider is, if we were to do this piecemeal, in other words, narrow this to just armed services, we'd lose the benefit of open source software being made available across the government. The Department of Defense, who currently buys, the Army buys licenses, the Navy buys licenses, they buy them in piecemeal, would be improved, but you still would lose all the other agencies of government consolidating their total number of licenses, something that only by saying to DOD, you're going to play with OMB and the other agencies, can we get the kind of savings that, and I said this when it went through the committee, and Mr. Cummings seconded it very much, we don't think we'll spend less than $80 billion if this passes. We think we'll get what we pay for that $80 billion if this passes, that they will quickly start getting programs sooner that work, and they'll be more on budget, and therefore the kinds of programs you see fail, including defense procurement, which was one of the genesis for this, would change. You don't want to have people in Dayton with no authority watch hundreds of millions of dollars go out before they scrap a procurement program.
I agree. I think that we should allow the full discussion and include many of these amendment ideas that have been presented before us today, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification. Mr. Isa reminded me about it when he talked about open source software, which is, of course, what the VA uses. In reference to Mr. Rowe's amendment that was up earlier, I had encouraged him to talk to Mr. Culberson because of the language in the appropriations bill, which we'd done last week. Apparently that language was removed from the appropriations bill before we voted on it on the floor. So it is still necessary to correct that problem. And I encourage Mr. Rowe to collaborate with Mr. Young on the Defense Appropriations Committee so we can fix this problem. For the life of me, I don't know why the language was stripped out, but nevertheless, that's where we are. It makes Mr. Rowe's amendment all that more important that we consider that, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to address that in just a second. Perhaps if you want to hear the answer, you can stick around, but this panel is excused, and thank you very much for being here. Yes, ma'am.
Join with Mr. Isa on being willing to have some of the amendments that we work with the committee on unblock and not having a voice vote. But in particular, the one on the intelligence capacity and contractors, we have worked very long and hard on that one. And ask my colleagues on the Rules Committee to consider it. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. This panel is now excused. I'd like to, if I can, to address without particular content, meaning I don't know the exact answer, but I had a detailed discussion yesterday with the chairman of the committee, the gentleman from California, Buck McKeon. Mr. McKeon indicated to me that there was a firm decision that was reached between the Armed Services and the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Secretary Shinseki, about this issue. I am not here to tout it. I'm not here to address it. I am here to acknowledge that something was done, and so I would encourage us, obviously, to encourage Dr. Rowe as is necessary, but I believe that has been matured, and that's why the amendment was pulled a week ago, because they were in dialogue to achieve that. And I thank the gentleman very much. As he's aware, this entire committee, in fact, has an extreme interest in that. I'd now like to have the fourth panel that would come up. Recognize I'm going to take four at a time, and I know that my colleague from California will be on the fifth panel that will be coming up. I'd like to welcome, if I can, at this time, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Lee, from Barbara Lee from California, the gentleman, Elijah Cummings, my dear friend, the gentleman, Mr. Schiff, and the gentleman, Mr. Nolan. Sure, I don't mind that at all. Ms. Lee, you've been asked to join this panel. Thank you very much. I recognize that as we do business throughout the afternoon, many members sit here for a long time. Members also have very extremely busy schedules. We do, you do. I'd like to ask that you be expeditious. As you explained, take all the time you need and then get it done quickly. But to address this committee without objection, anything that you have in writing will be entered into the record. And lastly, I'd like, as you address your amendment up front, if you could please give us an idea of the amendment number, and that would help give us a chance to look for that amendment as in our stack of papers that is here. It looks like the gentleman, Mr. Schiff, is now prepared. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is your mic on there, sir?
It is now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my amendment is number 203. Mr. Chairman, members, on December 31st, 2014, the last American combat troops will rotate out of Afghanistan, and the responsibility for security will have passed to the Afghan people after more than 13 years of war in that country. While the Afghan state will remain fragile and central government control won't extend everywhere, the Taliban will not be in power. And of greater significance, the core leadership of Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda, which had insinuated itself into the Taliban ruling clique in the years before 9/11, has largely been destroyed. Most of its senior leaders have been killed or captured. The rest are in hiding. Al-Qaeda no longer has the training facilities or protected base of operations it enjoyed under its Taliban allies. And most importantly, the U.S. is not going to walk away, as we did in 1989 after the Soviet withdrawal, and allow al-Qaeda to once again have safe harbor in that country. New Year's Day 2015 should not only bring a new relationship between the U.S. and Afghanistan, it should also mark the end of the conflict that was begun in our skies that September morning, and which was formalized days later when the Congress passed the authorization for the use of military force. That legislation provided the President with the authority to use, quote, force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11th or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the U.S. by such nations, organizations, or persons. The 2001 AUMF was never intended to authorize a war without end, and it now poorly defines those who pose a threat to the country. That authority, I believe, should expire concurrent with the end of our combat role in Afghanistan. I've introduced a bill, H.R. 2324, which sunsets the AUMF effective December 2014, and calls on the Administration and Congress to work together to determine what new authority, if any, is necessary to protect the country after that time. This amendment has the same text, and I would urge the committee to make it in order. The current AUMF has been used to support targeted strikes against al-Qaeda operatives in other countries and against individuals, entities, and organizations that may affiliate with al-Qaeda or share its ideology and its determination to attack Americans, but which may not have even been in existence in September of 2001. It has also been used as a basis to detain terrorists at the facility at Guantanamo Bay. Addressing these issues will require a concerted effort by Congress and the administration to determine what future legal framework is necessary to safeguard the American people and to meet our commitments to the rule of law. but it's clear that the current AUMF is no longer up to the task. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution invests in Congress the power to declare war. It's our most awesome responsibility and central to our military efforts overseas, and we owe it to the men and women we send into combat to properly define and authorize their mission, and my amendment will effectively give Congress the next 18 months to do so. In his recent speech at NDU, President Obama specifically called on Congress to work with him, saying, "I look forward to engaging Congress and the American people in efforts to refine and ultimately repeal the AUMF's mandate. And I will not sign laws designed to expand the mandate further. Our systematic effort to dismantle terrorist organizations must continue, but this war, like all wars, must end." This amendment, I believe, is a prudent first step towards meeting the President's challenge, a call that we should embrace not as Democrats or Republicans, but as members of Congress sworn to defend the Constitution, and I would urge your consideration.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank you and all of our members, our ranking member, for the opportunity to be here today. I have, and should I do all of my amendments together?
As you choose, if you would please identify those, even if you do them one at a time.
Okay.
Thank you.
First, it's amendment number 172, very similar to Representative Schiff's amendment, and what it does is put an end date on the 2001 authorization to use military force, ensuring that the overly broad war authorization ends when the last U.S. combat troop leaves Afghanistan on or before January 1st, 2015, whichever date comes first. And I'm joined, and this is a bipartisan amendment by Representative Brown of Georgia and also Congresswoman DeLauro in co-sponsoring this important amendment. Congressman Hastings has also supported the actual standalone repeal amendment, and so I want to thank everyone for their support. As many of you know, I've long called for the repeal of this law and the sunset of it. The original authorization in September 2001, which Congressman Schiff read, it was really open-ended and too broad, and I could not vote for it then. But Congress, more importantly, did not have a meaningful debate 12 years ago after the horrific attacks. I remember that evening very well, and I believe we had maybe 1 hour, 1.5 hours for a debate. And so I asked the committee to really allow the supporting amendment to be considered and debated by the entire House floor. It's long past time we debate this authorization. Secondly, with regard to Amendment 151, I want to thank Representative Burgess for co-sponsoring this amendment. It's an amendment that basically contains some language emphasizing the importance of the Pentagon passing an audit. The audit provisions lack in the bill. They lack, though, any enforcement provisions, and we can't expect the Pentagon to change its financial practices if failure lacks the consequences. And so, again, Representative Burgess and Schakowsky have joined in this amendment, which would reduce by 0.5%, that's 0.5%, the fiscal 2014 spending by any military department or defense agency that cannot pass an audit of its 2013 spending. Allowing this culture of waste, fraud, and abuse to continue undermines troop readiness and our national security. So I ask for support for this amendment. My third amendment is Amendment 156. This will reduce Pentagon spending by a very modest 1%. At a time when all other agencies are facing reductions of 10 to 20%, it's really unconscionable that this bill ignores sequestration and authorizes more funding than the Pentagon actually requested. American families continue to struggle, and we should be invested in job and economic recovery efforts here at home. So I hope this committee will allow this amendment to be debated on the floor as you did last year. Next is Amendment 155. Once again, I'm very pleased to be joined by our ranking member, Congressman Conyers, on an amendment which requires the Defense Secretary to report to Congress and to the appropriate committees on matters related to the use of lethal drones. The President has stated that he's ready to engage with Congress on the lethal use of force, and frankly, it's past time that Congress and the American people have a clear understanding of the lethal use of force. Authorizing the killing of American citizens and others has profound implications for our constitutions, the core values of our nation, our national security, and future international practices. Congress, I believe, must use its constitutionally granted oversight duties, and so I ask for your support in making this amendment in order. My final amendment is Amendment 153. This is a simple report requirement for which I'm pleased to be joined by Congresswoman Ileana Ross-Layton. This amendment would require the Defense Secretary to report to Congress on the use of the Uniform Code of Military Justice and related policies with regard to service members living with or at risk of contracting HIV. Modernizing laws when it comes to our military is essential, and the laws that dictate the lives of our service members should reflect really contemporary understanding of the science of HIV. And so I hope this committee will make this amendment in order. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and to bring forth these amendments, and I urge you to make these amendments that I have highlighted in order. So thank you again.
Mrs. Lee, thank you so very much. My dear friend, the gentleman from Maryland, Chairman Cummings is now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, members of the committee. This amendment is amendment number 60. This amendment is to provide urgently needed protections for our nation's service members, disabled veterans, and their families by making significant improvements to the Service Members Civil Relief Act, known as SACRA. This amendment is co-sponsored by Ranking Member Mike Mashad of the House Veterans Affairs Committee and Subcommittee Ranking Member Mark Takano, among others. Last Congress, the House passed as an amendment to the defense bill legislation I sponsored that was almost identical to this amendment, and we did so with an overwhelming bipartisan vote of 394 to 27. This legislation is supported by the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Paralyzed Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, Military Officers Association of America, Gold Star, Wives of America, and Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, all of whom have written letters of support. When Congress originally passed the SACRA, one of its many goals was to protect our men and women in uniform from being foreclosed on while they are on active duty serving our nation abroad. Yet, under current law, certain service members, disabled veterans, and surviving spouses are not receiving the critical protection they need. As a matter of fact, my research, and I spent a lot of time on this, has shown that there have been quite a few abuses with regard to this. As a result, banks are foreclosing on homes at the very moment when our heroes and their families deserve our support. We as a country can and must do better. Our amendment ensures that all service members receiving hostile fire or imminent danger pay do not have to worry about losing their homes while fighting for our freedom. Our amendment also extends foreclosure protections to the surviving spouses of service members who are killed in the line of duty. In addition, our amendment extends foreclosure protection to veterans who become disabled due to service-connected injuries under Chapter 61 of the U.S. Code. Finally, our amendment increases the civil penalties for mortgage-related violations under SACRA to better reflect the seriousness of such violations and the tremendous impact that these violations have on the lives of service members, disabled veterans, surviving spouses, and their families. My staff has consulted with the parliamentarian and CBO, and the amendment is germane to H.R. 1960. In addition, I understand that the chairman of HVAC supports the amendment along with the offset used to cover direct spending costs. Every member of Congress should be able to agree that our troops fighting overseas should not also have to fight here at home just to keep a roof over their heads. We owe it to our men and women in uniform to take action now, and this amendment provides common sense, bipartisan, and widely supported protections to those who deserve them most. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nolan, welcome to the Rules Committee. Delighted that you're here with us here today. Delighted that you're with us, and if you'll put that microphone up, Mr. It's on. Gentleman's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I have two amendments. The first one is Amendment number 90, which basically would prohibit the President from expending any money in arms in support of the rebels in Syria without the express authorization and approval of the Congress. Mr. Chairman, I have a little background. I've lived in the Middle East. I've studied the language. I'm not fluent in it, but I got a pretty good feel, having spent an awful lot of time there. And I must tell you, this notion that, the enemies of our enemies are our friends has gotten us into an awful lot of trouble over the years. And when you take a look at the so-called rebels, you have the al-Nusra. If you don't know, those are the Syrians and Iraqis that fought the Americans, fought us in Iraq. And they're the hardened, seasoned, experienced fighters. Those are the ones who are in charge of the rebels over there. They've had live combat training fighting us in Iraq, and they number in at least 10,000. The Arar al-Sham is also another Islamic fundamentalist group working closely in tandem with al-Nusra. You have the al-Farouk battalions, again, the self-described jihadist Islamists, and then the fourth largest group is the Majlis Shura al-Mujahideen. And they're led by a fellow who was recently assassinated, but he trained and armed in Afghanistan with al-Qaeda. And so these are the people we're talking about arming here. And then secondly, on the other side, you have Assad, who's no friend of ours, lined up with the Mujahideen. The point is, we have no friends in this fight, and all we can do is, in my judgment, is lose by getting into that fight. But more importantly, the Congress for far too long has abdicated its responsibility in allowing the President of the United States to get us into these conflicts and wars of choice. And this is a dangerous, slippery road. And I really feel so strongly that we need to have a debate here in the Congress. The White House, as we sit here, is on the verge of a decision on whether or not to begin supplying arms. And we need to weigh in on this argument and express the sentiment of the Congress. So that's my First Amendment. My Second Amendment, Amendment number 91, is to cut the defense authorization by 9.4%, which comes out to be $60 billion. And I chose that number not arbitrarily, but because it coincides with what recent reports have indicated is the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse just in Iraq and Afghanistan. $60 billion, or several hundreds of billions, in fact, trillions of dollars are being spent in infrastructure in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, where it's not wanted, it's not needed, it gets blown up as fast as we can build it. And meanwhile, our own infrastructure is in trouble. The locks and dams, the lakes, the bridges are falling down in Minneapolis and Washington. Tens of thousands of bridges are in disrepair. We need to cut back on this defense authorization so that we can have the money that we need without having to ask for new tax revenues to start rebuilding America. And in that regard, last but not least, I would suggest that some of the areas that we might consider when the appropriation gets to work is the extensive network of military bases all over the world. We just can't afford to be the world's policeman. Every nation and every culture and every society that's ever tried to do that ended up collapsing. We have these failed infrastructure investments and nation building abroad, like I said. Well, things are falling apart here. Assistance to these armed combatants in every nook and cranny of the world, oftentimes, which comes back to bite us and hurt us in a serious way. Discretionary funds to initiate new programs not authorized by the Congress. Extravagant compensation for defense contractor CEOs. Military weapon systems that are not wanted, not requested by the military, maintaining unnecessary facilities in places like Guantanamo, where we're spending, I forget the number, it's like $1.5 million per resident there. You can't make stuff up like this. And maintaining out-of-date weapon systems, and some areas where, we need to do more. We need to assist our military veterans in their health care and their benefits. We need to compensate the soldiers and the men and women in the armed forces and their families. We need to provide assistance to our friends around the world. And the National Guard, for example, they're operating at a quarter of the efficiency of regular Army. Why? Well, in many cases, they use civilian airfields. They don't have to provide golf courses and tennis courts for the admirals and for the generals. They can play in the local golf courses. They don't have to provide housing for them. They can live in their own houses. They don't have to provide officers' clubs. So there's some places where we actually need to spend some more money, but there's plenty of savings that can be achieved if we stand up. But more importantly, we need to have this debate. The defense budget is taking up 60% of the discretionary funds at a time when America is in trouble. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Those monies are needed for roads, bridges, education, and human development. So I plead with you to allow us to consider this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I have no questions. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you very much for being here. I have none either.
Judge Hastings.
Thank all of our presenters, and I'm deeply supportive of all of the measures that they have put forward. Mr. Smith, I listened very I listened very carefully to what you said. When we leave, the Taliban will not be in power. But after we leave, I'm not so sure that that's going to hold. I just offer that as an observation. I don't have a question of either Mr. Cummings or Ms. Lee. I support both their efforts. Mr. Nolan, I'd be interested. First, I would appreciate it if you would give our transcriber or reporter the spelling of the names of the individuals and organizations that you put forward, and that way she won't have to spend so much time trying to know what you were talking about. I agree with you, and I'd be interested in your observations in light of the fact that there are roughly 1.6 million Syrian refugees that are scattered. And like many members of Congress, I've had an opportunity to observe them in Jordan and in Turkey. And I use those two countries specifically because Turkey is a NATO ally, and Jordan plays as pivotal a role as almost any country in the Middle East in our efforts to eliminate the threat of terrorism. I heard you when you say the enemy of the enemy is not our friend. I agree with you that we should not be arming folk, many of whom have already been involved in fighting us. I just would be interested to know how then do you think we should go forward in dealing specifically with Turkey and Jordan and Lebanon, who have absorbed a significant number of these refugees. Interestingly, when we talk about the number of people that have left, we don't talk about the ones that went to Iran. We don't talk about the ones that went to Russia. Somehow or another, that just kind of gets cast off on the side, as well as some of the other countries in the near abroad to Syria. So just what do you think we should, if anything, be doing about that? And I would put my bona fides on the table tomorrow along with Senator Cardin. I'm involved in a rather substantial hearing by the Helsinki Commission dealing with the subject of just the Syrian refugees. I won't even go into how much time and effort I put in the Iraqi refugees, but if you would, just take a minute to tell us what you think about it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've had some experience in meeting with refugees from the killing fields of Cambodia, from Vietnam, from Cuba. I had the I don't know if it was a fortunate or unfortunate experience to meet with the refugees from Afghanistan during the Soviet occupation. And I was one of those people who, in meetings up there, learned that we were supplying the Mujahideen with arms at the time. And I came back to the Congress here to tell my friends that we're supplying arms for the Mujahideen, which, as we all know, morphed into the Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and ended up attacking us. And my colleagues, all looked at me like I, came in from another planet or something, and with the expression, Nolan, come on, get serious. We're members of the Congress. We would know if we're supplying them arms, would we not? And I said, well, I just came from there. I met about 10,000 of them up in a field, and they're all well equipped with our arms. Well, it turned out that we were, as we learned from Charlie Wilson's war. The problem was there were only about a half a dozen of us here in the Congress that knew about it, and me just accidentally and inadvertently. But the point is that it is costing us trillions of dollars to be the world's policeman. This is what's got us, in a no small part, to the big financial problems that we're facing. And, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's terrible what's happening in Syria. And every bit as terrible as what happened in the killing fields of Cambodia and so on. We just simply cannot afford it. And it's one thing to send some food and humanitarian assistance to try to help the refugees. But, the Syrians, the Middle East, they're deeply involved in a sectarian war that goes back hundreds and thousands of years between the Shiites and the Sunnis. And you get involved and you just lose at every respect. Iraq, the Wall Street Journal's reporting now the winners are the Chinese. They're getting all the oil. They're reporting that on a political basis, the winners are the Iranians. They've got my mother would have called them malarkey in Syria. In Iraq, Malaki. My mother would have called him malarkey. And Maliki is closely aligned with the Iranians, and you go over to Afghanistan, and you have the same situation with Karzai. The Americans are we're walking in with suitcases and duffel bags full of $100 bills, millions of dollars. And that's not us. That's not who we are. And we're going out the front door, and the Iranians are coming in the back door with more suitcases full of money and cash. You can't build a foreign policy. You can't build goodwill in the world by aligning and developing and relying on those kind of friendships around the world.
Well,
we will lose on this deal.
If I could interrupt you just a minute. You do agree, though, that when we have allies like Turkey and Jordan, at the very least, I heard you say send some food and humanitarian assistance, but that should be rather substantial in light of the fact, at least in my judgment, that the multiples that will likely flow from them being weakened will cause more disturbances and less ability for us to deal. Listen, I have seen children in their faces who are going to become terrorists because they don't have nothing else that they can do. Their mama is a prostitute and their daddy is dead, and then we think that this person is going to love us. I dare say I'll stop, and I won't ask you to say anything else. So I want to hear him, but I do want to say it sounds like you and I plotted, and I want to say to my colleagues that Mr. Nolan and I have not had any discussion, but I lectured this crowd yesterday about this same kind of thing, about our continuing involvement. We need to cut this military budget. We don't need to spend $52 billion beyond the President's request, beyond the Ryan request, beyond even the mind-boggling kind of things that the Budget Act requires. And here we are tomorrow or at some point going to be cutting food programs for children. That's crazy. And I don't care what anybody says or what they think of me or anybody else. I ain't voting for none of it no more for us to continue down this path. I also recommend to everybody a book that I read over the weekend by Khaled Hosseini, And the Mountains Echoed. He also wrote Kite Runner, for those of you that read it. It's a timely read for what we are doing by wasting our money. And I didn't call him malarkey, but I looked him in his eyes, and I know that he is not a fair-minded person. And we have spent a ton of money, money that we can't even account for. We talk about $1 trillion. We have money that just walked off. I served on the Intelligence Committee. It ultimately became a reality that everybody understood, including the Wall Street Journal. $12 billion in cash money. That just walked off, and nobody could account for it, and nobody is accounting for it, and nobody is paying any attention. And that's just one example. I won't talk about the others. Enough already, people. We need to get real. And spending money and throwing money down rat holes is not going to cause us to be able to be stable in the world. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It's time, gentleman, Mr. Bishop. Thank you very much. Mr. Polis.
Mr. Chairman, could consent to submit my remarks in writing?
And I perhaps in the beginning did not state that, and if not, I apologize. Each of your written comments will be included into the record without objection. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman Cole.
Thank you again. Just thank all of you for they are straightforward, and they're just a couple quick remarks. I probably found myself in very broad agreement on some of the institutional concerns about the congressional role here in the use of force, and certainly probably share the skepticism of everybody in the panel about Syria in particular. It is hard to tell the good guys from the bad guys in Syria. I don't know if there are any good guys there, but there's certainly plenty of bad guys on both sides, and I'm extraordinarily concerned that we will slip into that as we did into Libya. I think without thinking it through, with no congressional action, no oversight, this is an executive branch problem, I think, not a Republican-Democrat problem, because we had a Democratic president in that case, and was very concerned if we destabilized that regime, which we did for wonderful purposes. Nobody likes Gaddafi, and I have no doubt a big slaughter would have taken place there, exactly as predicted. On the other hand, we found ourselves the country that had no operating al-Qaeda in it, that was not bothering us, that had turned over its nuclear materials and WMDs, all of a sudden, having terrorist groups that ended up taking the lives of 4 Americans, running without control, and weapons destabilized and flowing goodness knows where to Mali and other areas, as far as we know. So on those things, I very much like the idea, if we're going to do something in Syria, that this body ought to put its fingerprints on it one way or the other. It shouldn't be. And, while I know obviously there are very differing opinions on Iraq and Afghanistan, at least Congress voted in those cases. May have voted wrong, we could have that argument, but at least people had to stand up and vote. And so I very much like that. I would differ with you on one point. I just put this in for the record. There are a lot of cuts in the military going on right now. Pre-sequester, $500 billion almost worth of, and we will have 70,000 fewer soldiers in 5 years than we do today, 20,000 fewer Marines, 7 fewer aircraft wings, fewer combat vessels, and that's pre-sequester. So it may not be as much as you would prefer, but it's pretty substantial. And if you look at what we spend, I'd suggest that we can always debate how much. I don't think there's any magic formula, but as a percentage of our GDP and a percentage of our federal budget, it's considerably less than it was in the 1970s and 80s. I mean, literally, 1960 it was 19 of GDP. 1980 it was a little over 6. Now it's about 4.5%. And of the federal budget, it's gone down that same time frame from 50 to 33 to 17 or 18. So I don't think it's the driver of our debt, but let's be real. We're talking about a lot of money, trillions of dollars. So it's I don't quibble with you that there's a lot of efficiencies to be gained. I'd be careful about going too far. It's still a pretty dangerous world when we've got a situation like we've got in North Korea or Iran or what have you. So that one I'd probably part company with you. But the skepticism about getting into places before we've thought it through and getting in by executive decision as opposed to congressional oversight, I think that makes a very, very compelling point.
Well, thank you. The only thing I would add to that is I'm so old that I was here in the 60s, and during the Vietnam War...
I wasn't going to bring that
up. During the Vietnam War, the defense budget was consuming such a large part of the discretionary funds, and Lyndon Johnson and the White House were concerned about the appearances of that, and so it was at that time they took the Social Security Trust Fund and the Medicare Trust Fund and several other trust funds, and they put them into the budget. They'd never been there before because they were considered non-discretionary set-aside. So once you put those in, then military looked like a much smaller percentage of the annual budget. But we do have to remind ourselves that the military is a much larger percent of our discretionary funding than it is over the overall budget. So to some respect, it's how you look at it. But more importantly than that is that we're bankrupting ourselves, and I think we're all in agreement in that. I mean, this country's in serious financial trouble with the trillions of dollars.
Claiming my time, we'd probably agree about bankruptcy. We'd probably put on my side of the table a lot more on the entitlement side of it, because that's where the money has really exploded, and that's where we've sort of lost the ability to control. We've actually shown we can cut discretionary spending, whether you like it or not. You give appropriators a number, and I've got my friend from the Appropriations Committee. We hit the number. We may not like it very much, but we hit it. But we don't do that on the discretionary side. So, but I do think we need a broader discussion about the entire budget. And I think if you looked at the GDP, not just the percentage of the federal budget, you'd see that military spending has broadly gone down. And again, I'm not saying it needed to stay where it was at the height of the Cold War either. I think this is something that Congress has to look at as a responsibility for every single year. But what we don't do, I would argue, is exercise our responsibility on the other side of the budget, and that includes, by the way, tax expenditures over at Ways and Means too, not just the entitlement program. So we need a much fuller discussion of the budgetary problem. And I would suggest, in my view at least, the military hasn't done as much. Military spending hasn't unbalanced and unhinged our budget nearly as much as tax expenditures and entitlement spending, where politically, those are tougher places to go than discretionary spending. But
well, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to have my amendment on the floor, we can have that discussion.
Well, you have a very interesting amendment. It's something we need to be thinking about. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Woodall, Mr. Nugent, Chairwoman Ross Layton, you're perfect and you're on time to me. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief comment on Representative Lee's amendment. The Congress asked the Department of Defense to provide an auditable financial statement in 1990. The Pentagon agreed to provide that in 1997. They have, however, missed that date, and their latest projected date for providing auditable financial statements is 2017. I would submit, even by congressional standards, 20 years overdue is way too long. So for that reason, I support the gentlelady's amendment, and I would encourage the committee's consideration. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess. I want to thank all four of you for taking time. I know you waited your turn patiently. I hope we took your questions and your advice and your amendment seriously. I want to thank you for taking time to be before this committee, and I hope you have a wonderful afternoon. We've got several hundred amendments left, and we're going to do our job and do our duty. And I thank you very much. This panel is now excused.
Thank you.
Great. I now recognize that we have more members. We have been attempting to write them down in the order in which you came. And I would ask at this time the gentleman, Mr. Barr, the gentleman, Mr. Butterfield, the gentleman, Mr. Rohrbacher, and the gentleman, Mr. Van Holland, to please approach us. Welcome to the Rules Committee. You know what we're doing here today is H.R. 1960, amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act. This committee is going to hear about 300 amendments today. We would ask that you offer some respect to us, and we'll respect you back with our time and yours also. I'd also like to ask that each of you, as you speak about the amendments to this committee, that you please state which amendment you would be in reference to, which would allow us a chance to look in our deck and to find your amendment and be better prepared for you. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record. And I want to thank you very much for taking time. The gentleman from California, I believe, has been here the longest, so the gentleman will be recognized first. Gentleman, Mr. Rohrabacher is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will be specifically talking about amendments 45, 46, 47, 48, and 130. And I appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and other members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to testify and convince you why I believe my proposed amendments to H.R. 1960 ought to be made in order. Since 9/11, the United States has given Pakistan over $25 billion, with over $17 billion of that going to the Pakistani security services. That money has only emboldened Pakistan's military clique to do what? To continue their support for terrorist groups like the Haqqani network, which kills Americans. So we're giving money to the Pakistani military. They give it to the Haqqani network. Those people kill Americans. And it puts at risk our interest in South Asia as well. This charade to believe that our aid is buying Pakistan's cooperation has got to stop. That should have been clear when the Pakistani establishment not only sheltered Osama bin Laden, but then and now continues to jail Dr. Afridi, the heroic man who helped us bring bin Laden to justice. I have 5 amendments, total amendments. That's 45, 46, 47, 48, and 130. The first 4 of which I just mentioned relate directly to Pakistan. The 5th one relates to wildfire fighting capabilities. Number 45 and 46 would cut off all aid to Pakistan authorized in the NDAA. The first does so until Dr. Afridi is released from prison. Dr. Afridi is facing a 33-year sentence, a victim of revenge by the Pakistani military and intelligence services. Revenge for what? Revenge for helping us, for helping the people of the United States bring Osama bin Laden to justice. We need to use leverage like, for example, the eliminating the funds that I'm advocating today, or Dr. Afridi will not get out of prison and will languish to be a prisoner. We must not abandon a heroic person who risked his life to help our cause. The second of these 2 amendments would cut off aid to Pakistan authorized in the NDAA and just cut it off, period, because Pakistan is not an ally, and any money we send them only strengthens their ability to act against us. I have 2 other amendments, amendments number 47 and 48, relating to Pakistan that, from what I understand, will be introduced as in part of the en bloc amendment package. One recognizes Dr. Afridi's assistance to the United States and basically shows our gratitude for him and what he has done for our military to get their mission done. The other adds, as a condition of aid, that Pakistan shall not use our support for its security forces for the purpose of domestic repression of ethnic and religious minority groups. What many people do not understand is there are people, there are groups in Pakistan who are secular, who are now, or of other faiths, who are being slaughtered by a radical Islamic controlled military and government. So we do not want to subsidize the slaughter of people for their religious convictions, the Baluch, the Singh, and other folks like that. Finally, my last amendment, number 130, would cheaply expand America's wildfire fighting capabilities. This amendment would authorize no less than $5 million, but it might cost a lot less than that, for research, development, test, and evaluation of an aerial wildfire fighting container delivery system, and requires that these activities be carried out using competitive procedures. As we know, wildfires are often disastrous to where they strike, and many of the states in our country are susceptible to this, and they are disastrous to the communities and to the environment. Yet, all too often, as we see these fires burning, we know that there are incredible resources available at the Department of Defense that are standing idle that could be of a tremendous assistance in putting out these fires. Assets like C-130s and C-17s that don't need to be reconfigured to become major firefighting assets. One specific firefighting concept that which I became aware of deals directly with the C-17s and C-130s, and I've known about this for about 5 years, and they just lack the prerequisite number of RDT and E resources to complete their research. So while I've been intrigued by this technology, by the way, which is cheap and would really do the job very quickly, I do not expect that all or even a portion of this funding that I'm talking about now would be automatically awarded for the needed testing of this particular technology. Instead, the amendment is construed in a way as to require that the resources be expended in a competitive basis. Other entities have come up. If they come up and they're cheaper, they're better, more effective in design, then by all means they ought to be receiving the funding I'm talking about. Again, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. And just one last note, we heard testimony from the last panel that in some way helping defeat the Soviet Union by promoting and helping those people in Afghanistan who are fighting the Soviet invasion has in some way been something we should not be proud of or has come back to hurt us. That is not the case. The fact is the Mujahideen, and I was very close to all of this, did not become the Taliban. The Taliban did not exist at that time, and half of the Mujahideen that we just heard complained about were the ones who came down to save us after 9/11 in the form of the Northern Alliance, and our troops did not defeat the Taliban. It was the Northern Alliance which would not have been available to us had we not helped them defeat the Soviet Union before. Helping the enemy of your enemy is the cheapest way to provide defense for this country. And with that said, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rohrabacher. It's a delight to have you here today, and thank you for your comments and your amendments that you brought forth. Mr. Butterfield?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure you that I cannot resolve this conflicting testimony, and so I'm going to stay to what I came here to talk about. But thank you very much for recognizing me, and thank you, and let me say these few words, and I will be respectful of your time. Mr. Chairman, for the past 3 Congresses, I have led a bipartisan effort to recognize individuals that served our country during World War II in the Merchant Marine. I'm again joined by a bipartisan coalition in support of the amendment before you today. Members, this is the right thing to do, and now is the right time to do it. My amendment is very simple. It would expand the types of documentation accepted by the federal government when this very small group of Americans, these World War II merchant Marines, who have gone unrecognized for more than 70 years, apply for limited veteran status. Estimates show, Mr. Chairman, that fewer than 2,000 merchant mariners who served in the U.S. During World War II are still living. This amendment before you has been scored by the CBO to have an insignificant and de minimis effect on direct spending over a 10-year period. We are quickly running out of time, Mr. Chairman, to recognize these few remaining Americans that stood up for our country when their country needed their help. Without weapons or formal training, these individuals risked their lives, and tragically, too many of them gave their lives in defense of our country. For those that are still living, we should not let their efforts go unrecognized while we still have a chance. The passing of Senator Lautenberg last week, the last remaining World War II veteran in the Senate, is a strong reminder that our time is quickly running out to recognize merchant mariners that are lesser known, but still they contributed significantly to the war effort. I ask my colleagues to please consider this amendment and make it in order. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Kentucky spent a lot of time here before the committee waiting to be up. I want to thank him for his indulgence in allowing us to get to him. The gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the other members of the Rules Committee. This is, I'm before the committee on two amendments. The first amendment is number 165. And this amendment provides a moratorium on converting commercial functions performed by DoD contractors into performance by DoD employees unless a documented Office of Management and Budget Circular A76 public-private cost comparison by DoD demonstrates cost savings if the activity is insourced. For those of you who are not familiar with OMB Circular A76, this requires public-private cost comparisons, and they generate, on average, these cost comparisons generate, on average, a 30% cost savings regardless of which sector, whether it's private or public, wins the competition. Many federal agencies run monopolies, performing commercial activities which duplicate and unfairly compete with and displace small businesses from the opportunity to provide products and services. In our economic system, government should be the umpire and not the opposing team. Federal insourcing is currently taking commercial work and activities away from small businesses. Now, in recognition of the need for DoD to maintain a certain degree of flexibility in this area, we crafted this amendment in a way to address a few potential objections to this moratorium. First, we exempted from the general prohibition any activity that is inherently governmental. Second, in recognition of the fact that there may be certain instances where it is simply more cost-effective for DoD to perform the work, we included language to require a cost comparison and to allow the activity to still be insourced if the cost comparison shows better cost savings in performance by federal employees. And finally, we exempted from the general prohibition any activity that DoD deems necessary for national defense or homeland security. The overall goal with this amendment is simply to save money for taxpayers and also to ensure that commercial activity in the private sector is not displaced by excessive government involvement. That is amendment number 165. The next amendment that I'd like to present to the Rules Committee for consideration, we'll call this the Barr-Huizenga Amendment, as Congressman Huizenga has done a lot of work on this, separate and apart from the NDAA, but we've been assigned number 163 to this amendment. This amendment repeals the mandatory purchase requirement on prison-made products and services and imposes a competitive requirement before the federal prison industries is awarded a procurement contract from DoD. The Federal Prison Industries is a government-owned corporation that employs offenders incarcerated in correctional facilities under the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The FPI manufactures products and provides services that are sold to executive agencies in the federal government. The FPI was created to serve as a means for managing, training, and rehabilitating inmates in the federal prison system through employment in one of its industries. To be fair, there have been some studies and research that shows that recidivism rates have declined as a result of the activities of the federal prisons industries. Some of the correctional employees have been strong advocates of this program to keep prisoners occupied and providing productive activity for the inmates. Nevertheless, in fiscal year 2012, the FPI generated over $600 million in sales, which is greater than FPI sales in previous years. and this represents millions of dollars being diverted away from the private sector. The FBI operated at a $28 million loss for FY 2012, so not only are they diverting revenue from the private sector, they're also not a very accountable business model. So currently, federal agencies operate under a mandate where they are required to purchase certain products made by federal prison industries. This amendment seeks to alter this so that competition with the private sector is required. This eliminates many of the monopolies currently held by the FBI on certain products sold to the DoD. The non-tax-paying FBI is currently employing federal prisoners at the expense of law-abiding workers and small businesses. And in conclusion, OMB reports and other studies have shown that on average a savings of 10% to 40% is achieved when competition is required, including competition from with the prison industries. Thank the committee for consideration of these accountability amendments, and would be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barr. We appreciate that. Before I recognize the gentleman from Maryland, I'd like to note I see he's without the very dear friend of the committee, Mr. Kahn. So I hope you'll pass along the best wishes that we have for Tom, and we're delighted that you're here, Mr. Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized at this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you and the other members of the Rules Committee for the long hours you're putting in on behalf of the House of Representatives. I have two amendments today. The first is Amendment number 54. It's an amendment that is familiar to members of the committee because of what it would do is replace the sequester cuts. I would point out that the defense authorization bill that's going to be on the floor, like the defense appropriations bills that we expect to come afterwards, will provide overall funding at approximately the level requested by the Defense Department in the base budget, but that both those bills are going to be subject to a sequester, which comes to about $50 billion in fiscal year 2014. What this amendment would do is replace the sequester in the remainder of fiscal year 2013 and in fiscal year 2014, and on top of that, reduce the deficit by $30 billion. I would just bring to the committee's attention, I think many already know, but this fall, as part of the fiscal year 2013 sequester, you're going to see the students of servicemen and women who go to school on military bases like Fort Bragg lose 5 days of school this fall because their teachers are being furloughed. And that was after special accommodation because other defense civilian employees are going to be furloughed for a longer period of time. I don't think any member of this committee thinks that's right. This sequester replacement would address that issue. It would also address the sequester relate to the non-defense component. And it is a mix of targeted cuts and also reductions to tax expenditures. And we would just urge the committee to allow it to have an up or down vote on the House. The second amendment is Amendment 247, which I'm pleased to report is a bipartisan amendment. So what this amendment does is provide the amount of resources for what's known as the Overseas Contingency Account, the OCO account, the War Funding account in the Defense Authorization Bill at the level that the Defense Department says it needs to be funded at. One of the things I think we should all watch in the days ahead as we reduce our footprint in Afghanistan is a temptation on behalf of the Defense Department, like other agencies, to try to put in the Overseas Contingency Account monies that really are properly funded in their base budget. In fact, we're already seeing signs of exactly that happening. But this is an amendment, I'm pleased to say, is supported by Mr. Woodall, another member of the Budget Committee, by Mr. Moran, as well as Mr. Mulvaney. And what it does is provide funding for the OCO account at the levels that Secretary Hagel and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dempsey, today testified were what they needed. So we had the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff say that the amount that they requested for these funds are sufficient for fiscal year 2014. The Defense Authorization Bill added $5 billion on top of that. And I think it's the view of the bipartisan group recommending this amendment that we not fund the OCO accounts at a level beyond what the military itself has said is necessary for fiscal year 2014. And again, I would argue that even the OCO accounts requested by the Defense Department already include some funding that really belongs in the base budget. So we shouldn't add on top of that an additional $5 billion. And that, again, is consistent with the testimony of the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Thank you.
Ms. Van Hollen, thank you very much. All four of you have provided us not only with food for thought, but also with ideas which you have thought about and have respectfully brought to us. We're starting another vote right now, and I have no questions. Mrs. Fox.
No questions.
Mr. McGovern. Mr. Bishop.
I'm sorry, I do have questions. I'll try and be as fast as I can with these. Mr. Butterfield, how many people are we talking about? How many veterans, merchant?
A couple of thousand, about 2,000 still live. And this thing is budget neutral, and it only affects metals and just things like that.
Yeah. Last time I asked questions, I got more than an answer than I wanted. I just want to know how many.
2,000.
Mr. Barr, do you have a definition for what inherently government activities means?
We do not have a definition in the statute, but obviously that could be further defined.
Okay. That is one of the issues on why there was a moratorium in 1976 in the first place, is that has no definition of what it actually means. How does your amendment affect core, non-core relationships as far as depot maintenance is concerned?
Well, obviously, if a depot if there was a determination made that there was a national security requirement for the insourcing, or if a determination was made that this was inherently governmental and could not be performed effectively or cost effectively by the private.
So is there a definitional change here? Because once again, inherently governmental has no definition. So does your amendment change what the definitions are that equate to core and non-core, or equate to the 50-50 or not?
Well, no, I mean, it basically just, that is just a safeguard in there for the Pentagon to make a determination if they determine that this is something that has to be done by.
So your amendment's not making any changes to the definition of what constitutes 50-50. Okay. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Judge Hastings. Mr. Polis. No questions. Chairman Cole. Mr. Woodall, your gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think about Chairman Cole's comments in the last panel about the level of defense funding and whether we've cut too far. I'm glad that Mr. Van Hollen is bringing this amendment. I'm glad to join him on it because I don't think his amendment's about whether or not we've cut too much or not cut enough. I think his amendment is about if you're going to set out some rules and some budget caps, you need to live within those. And if those caps are too low, let's raise them. And if those caps are too high, let's shrink them. But let's not hide the ball with folks. When I go back home, Mr. Van Hollen, folks want to know why we can't get things done. I think it's because we don't need each other as much as we used to, because I tell you, if the president has something he wants to get done and we don't like it, he just does it anyway. And if we have rules on Capitol Hill that we don't like, we just ignore them anyway. And this may be a painful step towards getting back on the track of meaning what you say and doing those things that are important. But I appreciate you bringing it up. I appreciate you looking so hard for reaching across the aisle to make that possible. And I was going to ask the very same questions in the Budget Committee today. You sit much higher on the dais than I do, and so I was never going to get my chance. And you asked exactly the right questions, and much to my surprise, candidly, what we heard from the Secretary of Defense and from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs was the President had it right at 79 as he scores it, or 80 billion as we scored up here on the Hill, and we don't need that extra money. I suppose if they change their mind, they'll come back and knock on our door once again. But this is the right thing to do, and I'm glad you're doing it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Woodall. And I would say, I don't know if I gave the number, but it's Amendment 247. Thank you, Mr. Woodall. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Webster. Dr. Burgess. Thanks to all four of you for taking time to be here. You're not excused. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next panel. The Congresswoman from Wyoming, Ms. Lummis. Gentleman, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts. Gentleman, Mr. Conco. and the gentleman, Mr. Denham, if they would approach the table. Yeah. Is Mr. Lynch here? I'm sorry? May have gone to vote. Mrs. Spear, would you like to join us? Would you like to join us, please? And Mr. Denham, we gave him permission to hustle. I assume he will. Thank you for joining us today. On behalf of all my colleagues, we have some 300 amendments we're going to work through today. Your brevity is appreciated and respected and perhaps helpful. I know you've taken time to think through the things that you want to present to the committee, and it's very important for us that you be given that time and opportunity. You'll be treated respectfully along that line, but once again, if you, as you address your amendment, if you'll please make sure we know what number amendment you're speaking about. And lastly, if you have anything in writing without objection, it'll be entered to the record. The gentlewoman, Ms. Lemus, has at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rules Committee members, for your lengthy service. My amendment is number 115. It is about our nuclear triad. Our nuclear triad is submarines, bombers, and intercontinental ballistic missiles, land-based missiles. So that makes up the nuclear triad. My amendment is in reference to the land-based missiles, the ICBMs. I'm joined on my amendment by Mr. Daines of Montana and Mr. Kramer of North Dakota. The ICBM force is currently in the final stages of more than a decade-long effort to replace and modernize critical missile components. So it makes it the most cost-effective to maintain of our nuclear triad. And the Minuteman III missile fleet can be maintained very inexpensively over the next 2 decades. It would be a very costly process to reverse if we were to take those down after upgrading their capabilities and then having to once again get them in deployed status. The reason that that is at risk is because the START II treaty has put us in a position of choosing among land-based bombers and submarines. And the requirement in my amendment for warm status instead of deployed status means that submarines, bombers, and ICBMs can all exist at baseline levels. So the purpose of the language is to make sure that our ICBMs are maintained at least in warm status, which is one level below deployed status. So they're fully functioning, they're interconnected, and they can be returned to deployed status in the event that someone like Kim Jong-un of North Korea goes from rattling sabers to using sabers. This opportunity to use ICBMs is a tremendous compliment to our nuclear triad. We can have those ICBMs anywhere in the world in 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes less. And that is a significant deterrent at a very low cost to somebody like Kim Jong-un. We know that the plan is in fiscal year 15 to make determinations about how we're going to meet the full START Treaty's February 2018 compliance deadline. We're just saying let's hold to where we are for right now until that appropriate force structure alternative can be taken into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Chair Sessions and Ranker Slaughter and members and staff of the Rules Committee. Thank you for your time, your patience, and your hard work. I have 2 amendments. I'll be addressing number 85, number 83. My first amendment is number 85, and I'm joined here today to my immediate right with our colleague, Congresswoman Spear, to urge you to grant floor consideration to the Tonko-Spear amendment. This is the third time that we've offered this reform to fix the cap on federal salaries paid to government contractor executives to a defense authorization, and it is yet to be made in order. Mr. Chair, it was once my understanding that the highest salary funded by American taxpayers was that of the President at a total of $400,000. But it turns out that the Commander-in-Chief isn't the highest paid executive on the taxpayer's payroll. In fact, the highest salaries are actually earned by private sector executives who can be paid nearly $770,000 in taxpayer dollars under current law. That's nearly twice the salary of the Commander-in-Chief and more than 3 times the salary of the Secretary of Defense. Just 2 weeks ago, OMB announced that it expects this cap to be increased to over $950,000 before the end of the year. OMB does not support this increase, but current law demands it. This problem started with a 1998 law that created the deeply flawed formula to reimburse government contractors for the pay of their top executives. The cap ballooned from $250,000 in 1997 and is expected to grow to over $950,000 this year. During this time, unemployment skyrocketed and the median household income remained stagnant. Ordinary Americans simply cannot stand for these lavish taxpayer-funded salaries. And to be clear, this amendment deals exclusively with taxpayer dollars spent to reimburse contractors. Private firms are free to pay their executives and their employees whatever they deem appropriate from private revenue streams. How can we justify these salaries for contractors? Contractors have argued that high salaries are necessary to retain and recruit qualified employees. Just a reminder that the salary of a typical Army private starts at a meager $20,000 per year. A 4-star general earns a salary of approximately $180,000, and the Secretary of Defense earns about $200,000. The government also employs world-renowned researchers and scientists who earn similar amounts. The government employs highly qualified individuals and trusts them with so much, but no one is arguing we should be compensating our service members or federal employees nearly $770,000. I am pleased that the House Armed Services Committee finally acknowledged that the current formula is not sustainable and included language in Section 813. However, I strongly disagree with their approach. The NDAA language would allow the current cap of $763,029 to be retained as a new baseline with annual adjustments based on the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics Employment Cost Index. While this may be an improvement over the current formula, Americans will still be on the hook for excessive taxpayer-funded salaries. The language in the bill does not get to the heart of the issue. We're living in a time of budget cuts and fiscal restraint, and $770,000 salaries paid from public resources have no place in these times. It's completely out of touch with economic reality. Our proposal is very modest. It merely limits the cost of taxpayer compensation to the salary of our Vice President in an effort to reduce the deficit and stop paying exorbitant federal salaries to private sector employees. Some have accused this approach as being arbitrary. I should point out that this is the level of compensation determined by OPM to be the aggregate limitation on pay, the most the federal government will compensate its senior executive employees in any given year. Section 813 also broadens the current exceptions to the cap. Under this language, it is likely that most positions that would command salaries approaching the cap would be exempt. The inclusion of blanket exceptions for technology and manufacturing fields are unwarranted. Our amendment retains existing exceptions for scientists and engineers and allows agency executives the authority to create further exceptions for specialists if necessary. It is clear that our proposal warrants broader debate. Last year, similar language was accepted by the Senate in the fiscal year 2013 NDAA. The Vice President's salary level was also included in the President's budget request for fiscal year 2014. Members should have the opportunity to support an alternative more in line with the Senate's position. My second amendment is number 83. I also urge you to make in order my second amendment. This amendment would notify veterans of Fort McClellan, Alabama, of potential toxic exposures and begin the process of collecting desperately needed health data. This amendment is based on the Fort McClellan Health Registry Act that the 26 bipartisan co-sponsors, including both Democrats and Republicans, on the Armed Services Committee. This amendment is identical to a notification procedure that was used in the Cap Lejeune toxic exposure case. Fort McClellan and neighboring Anniston, Alabama, have been designated as one of the most polluted sites in the nation. Until 1971, an enormous chemical manufacturing plant located in the town spewed tons of PCBs into the air, soil, and water. This contamination lingers still today. For years, service members who spent time at Fort McClellan have reported anecdotal accounts of developing many medical conditions with links to PCB exposure. Reported conditions including multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, diabetes, heart disease, and other reproductive, autoimmune, and other neurological system problems. While there have been numerous studies detailing the adverse health impacts of PCB exposure for Anniston residents, amazingly, there has been no comprehensive study done on veterans that have served at Fort McClellan. This issue was brought to my attention by a Fort McClellan vet in my district named Sue Frazier, who suffers from fibromyalgia, autoimmune disorders, and asthma, and had to undergo a hysterectomy at the age of 37. I would venture to say that everyone on this committee probably has Fort McClellan veterans in your district who have similar stories. This is not a local problem, this is a national problem. Sue and the thousands of other Fort McClellan veterans deserve to know whether their service time made them sick. I believe we simply can't afford to wait any longer to conduct this basic fact-finding. As such, I urge you to make this important amendment, Amendment 83, in order. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Spear.
Madam Chair and members, thank you for the Herculean effort that you undergo when we bring these amendments to you. It's most appreciated. My first amendment that I'd like to address is Amendment 169, and request that you make this in order. All of us have spent a lot of time now focusing in on sexual assault in the military. What we do know is that of the 26,000 cases that the DOD anticipates that take place each year, only about 3,300 report. And that number is so small in part because they become...
Ms. Spear, Mr. Tonko, you'll go vote and come back. Thank you.
Would you prefer I stay?
No, go vote and then come back. Okay. Excuse me.
One of the reasons why they don't report is because they don't feel that they're going to get justice. And one of the areas is Article 32 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. This particular article allows for the defense to go on a feeding frenzy with the victim. And unlike most of our states that have rape shield laws that prevent any kind of questions about your prior sexual history, that is not the case within Article 32. So this particular amendment would alter Article 32 proceedings and make them much more consistent with what our federal grand jury rules. And I think that our military service members deserve to be treated as persons would be treated before a federal grand jury. Unlike the federal grand jury, the victims nearly always have to testify at an Article 32 hearing, even if the victim does not want to participate. Article 32 hearings are lengthy mini-trials where the victim can be under direct and cross-examination for hours and hours and hours and be asked the most invasive questions. Again, these are victims. These aren't defendants. These are victims. Per the rules, Article 32 hearings are used as a means of discovery which allow defense counsel to question the victims extensively and oftentimes about matters that have nothing to do with the case at hand. It's common for investigating officers to permit the defense to question a victim about his or her sexual history or medical history, all under the premises of discovery. The defense counsel gets ample time to confuse the victim, tie them in knots, and manufacture inconsistencies. This not only re-victimizes the victim, but routinely creates significant problems for the prosecution at trial. This amendment removes this current roadblock to justice by allowing the victim to decline participation and expressly permits that decision to render him or her unavailable for the Article 32. This change will still present ample evidence for the investigating officer to consider in making their assessment of the sufficiency of the evidence. The amendment protects the victim from unwanted intrusions into his or her privacy. It will also prevent overzealous defense counsel from sabotaging the government's case at a preliminary hearing stage. Now, I have two other amendments. Would you like me to go vote and come back and have Mr. Lynch?
Yes, if you would, and let have you voted, Mr. Lynch?
I voted the first one, yeah.
Yeah, we're still on the first vote.
Okay,
so if you would, that would be a good thing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your time and town members. I have a couple of amendments. One is 272, and the other one's 273. 272, in the interest of time, 272 really would require the DOD to make an assessment and report back on the ability of Afghans to operate some of the critical facilities that we're helping them build right now. These would include power plants, water treatment facilities, and water systems themselves. We're spending an awful lot of money building a lot of facilities, but the Special Inspector General for Afghan reconstruction has reported that there's almost no training being done to enable the Afghans to actually take care of this equipment and operate these facilities after we're gone. I know a lot of members on this committee have been to Afghanistan. I've been there 9 times myself, and I've got an engineering degree, so this is some of the stuff I pay attention to. So all it would require was with DOD to do this assessment on whether or not Afghan nationals are actually receiving the training that would allow them to operate and maintain these facilities. The second amendment I have is regarding JPAC, which is the Joint POW MIA Command. These folks have been, what they do each year is they operate in basically 3 theaters. One is Korea, South Korea now, but previously North Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines, recovering the bodies of our sons and daughters who have not returned from World War II, the Korean conflict, and also the Vietnam War. Annually, they return about 160 bodies of our sons and daughters home every year, return them to their families. They do so by maintaining a group of forensic pathologists at Hickam Air Force Base in Pearl Harbor. And basically, we operate in conjunction with the Vietnamese government and the Korean government, and we do an awful lot of work in the Philippines. We have about 1,000 MIAs that have not returned from Vietnam. We have about 8,000 that have not returned from Korea. 5,000 of those are in North Korea. We know right where they are on the east and west sides of the Chosin Reservoir. But since we have broken off diplomatic relations with North Korea, those digs have stopped. And believe it or not, there are 78,000 of our sons and daughters that did not return from the Second World War. Most of those are buried in place because of the major naval battles during the Pacific Theater part of World War II. But what I'm asking is just to level fund JPAC to make sure that we don't reduce funding anymore. Because we're in a race against time. These forensic pathologists actually rely on breaking down the mitochondrial DNA to identify those soldiers, to return them to their families. The acidity in the soil will actually deplete our ability to do that in a number of years, so we've got to get it done quickly. And also we rely on civilian DOD forensic pathologists who are subject to furlough. And so what my amendment would do would protect their funding and allow them to continue the work they're doing because they are in a race against time. So that's my request.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Ms. Spear, would you like to continue?
Thank you. So my second amendment is Amendment 171, and I ask that this be placed in order as well. When the littoral combat ship program started, Congress was promised a cheap, speedy, flexible ship that could survive combat. 13 years later, we've been told that the ship has doubled in price. The plug-and-play component, where mission models would be able to be exchanged readily, now takes not just 24 hours, but 30 to 60 days. They're now suggesting that they have to reduce the speed requirement of the ship, and survivability is now suggested as not ever being the intent. Under the guise of being a revolutionary ship, the Navy has broken the acquisition rules we know, which is you test first and produce later. And what we have done here is we have produced first and now are looking at the back end about testing because there are so many problems with it. After press reports exposed doors that couldn't shut, rust, and corrosion, the Navy rushed the troubled lead ship to Singapore to set sail before the program fails. We have seen how expensive and damaging it's been to rush this program through the acquisition process. We now know, as a result of having had its maiden voyage, that have had many electrical outages, there's continued corrosion problems, and it's time to slow this program down. So my amendment limits funding for the LCS program until the Secretary of Navy submits results of developmental and operational testing to the Congressional Defense Committees and certifies the program has feasible and fully defined requirements, independent and high confidence cost estimates, and a realistic and achievable schedule. I believe this is the best way to reduce what I believe to be an intolerable amount of overlap between testing and production in the LCS program. And, you know, one of the things that is most disconcerting is that we rely on GAO to go out there. We spend a lot of money on GAO to do studies and reports. They come back with damning recommendations, and we ignore them. And there is another GAO report that's going to be out in July that's basically going to reiterate that the LCS was premature in being put out there afloat when in fact there were still so many problems. So this would basically allow those that are in production right now to continue to be produced, but before we go ahead and buy additional LCS ships, we've got to make sure that fundamentally they are what we expected them to be in the first place. And the third and final amendment is Amendment 175, and we've spent a lot of time on the sexual assault issue. The key component is whether or not it should be in the chain of command or not. Historically, it's always been in the chain of command, and the results have been that, one, oftentimes the assailant is in the chain of command, or secondly, a friend of someone in the chain of command, or thirdly, the individual who is the commander is concerned about if this particular case is seen as a blemish on his or her record. So what has historically happened is that these cases have been swept under the rug. What we need to focus on is that the commander has no legal training, has not been in a position to have any kind of training, so therefore they're judge and jury over a situation where they truly don't have the training that is important to judge whether or not a case should go to court-martial. So we have this situation right now where of the 3,300 cases that are reported, only about 500 go to court-martial and less than 200 actually go to conviction. This particular amendment is kind of a mini version of taking it out of the chain of command. What this amendment would do is basically require that the highest professional legal officer within each of the services would be the deciding factor. So rather than have the commander be making the decision, we would have someone who is in fact have the legal and judicial training. Now this amendment has garnered 134 members in support. It's bipartisan, and I hope that it will be made in order so we can at least have a debate on the floor about the chain of command. It's something the Senate has done, something that we have yet to do in the House. And I think that would sum up my request. I have a couple of other amendments, but I think under the time restraints I won't bring them up. I think you will either take them up or not as you see fit.
I've never seen this dilemma before. We have no time left. 40 seconds. I think Dr. Burgess and I need to go vote. If you want to see if anybody has any questions with the two remaining witnesses.
You voted, Ms. Beard?
I voted yes on the first measure. Oh, this is the second one now?
With a third one coming.
Okay.
Our work. Would you like me to adjourn, Madam Chair? Because I'll just go ahead and I'll gavel it closed right now. I think often, Mr. Hastings, that it is really just a two-person conversation that you and I have here some nights late in the evening, and this I'm sure our colleagues would probably value if we just got it all out right here while they're going. Anything to add, Ms. Lummis, while you have the floor to yourself?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I will say this. With regard to our nuclear triad, if you knock, it's like a three-legged stool. So if you knock one leg out of the stool, it's unstable. And one of the interesting things to see as the ramping down of certain of our nuclear capabilities has been discussed among the services is that they've gone away from being very myopic in terms of how they look at their own mission within the nuclear triad and have become very all for one and one for all. The three branches of the stool in the nuclear triad have become the three musketeers because they recognize the different deterrent capabilities that are provided by each of those three. The bombs offer strategic advantages and disadvantages when they're on a land-based missile, a bomber, or a submarine. And all three are needed to have a complete deterrence. So if you get someone like Kim Jong-un, we can really say to him with 100% credibility that we don't want to hurt your people. We don't want to hurt your mother. We don't want to hurt your wife. We don't want to hurt your dog. But if you hurt our allies or you hurt us, we're going to hurt you. And they know that we have the capability to do that. That's the deterrent value of our nuclear triad. So we're trying to protect it while it is evaluated in fiscal year 15. We'll have to have this conversation again, but we want to make sure that we're not prematurely depleting our deterrent capability on a unilateral basis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, we take that umbrella that your constituents provide for granted in my part of the world. We have folks who sit on those submarines for 9 months at the time out of Kings Bay Naval Base in southeastern Georgia. But those folks who sit down deep beneath the earth in those silos, I suspect you count them among your constituents, and we're grateful for their service. If there are no questions for this panel, we'll thank you all for your testimony. Again, anything you submit we'll include in the record, and we will call up our next panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Then we will bring up our next two witnesses, which seem to be my formerly freshman colleague, Dr. Benachek, and our actual new freshman colleague, Ms. Gabbard.
Thank you.
It may seem strange, Dr. Benachek, but because you actually have the seniority now for the first time in a long time, you'll be asked to testify first. Any written materials you have will be included for the record, and we welcome your summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is amendment number 248. Ms. Gabbard and I are co-sponsoring in the House. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the Rules Committee in support of my amendment, which would allow an experienced officer, trial counsel outside of the chain of command, to conduct an investigation and make the decision whether or not to bring a military sexual assault case to trial. First, I want to thank my friends on the Armed Services Committee for the attention they brought to this issue and for the reforms they included in the underlying bill. One of these reforms, revoking the authority of the commanding officer to overturn a guilty verdict, is a part of this legislation as well. However, only a small handful of guilty verdicts are overturned. This is clearly not the source of the problem that we're trying to address here today. The root of the problem is that victims of sexual assault are not confident in the ability of the system to bring them justice.
Of the estimated 26,000 instances of unwanted sexual conduct in the military last year, 87% went unreported. As General James Amos, Commandant of the Marine Corps, said in April of this year, the small number of reported cases is due to the fact that victims don't trust us. They don't trust the command. They don't trust the leadership. And as welcome as the reforms included in the underlying bill are, none of them strike at this problem. As a doctor for 30 years, I have some understanding of how intensely upsetting these terrible crimes can be. The first step toward justice for these victims is to allow them to feel safe and protected reporting of the crime. Imagine being forced to go straight to your superior with the details of this deeply personal invasion. Even if you know your commander would never retaliate, if you want to seem as a team player, as a strong soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, the incentive is to ignore the assault. Any commander looking for a promotion or a better assignment also has incentive to keep a report of sexual assault out of their unit. Our amendment corrects those incentives by transferring one decision point, whether or not the evidence warrants trial, to someone trained for this and has no personal stake in the decision. Great Britain, Canada, and Israel have all adopted similar systems and have experienced increases in reported crimes as a result. This is the only way to ensure good order and discipline and justice for every victim. Colleagues, 62% of those service members that reported sexual assault last year reported some type of retaliation. The military has pledged zero tolerance and changes in culture for over 20 years. This approach is not working. It's not worthy of the men and women that volunteer to serve our nation's armed forces. I urge you to allow for consideration of this amendment. Thank you.
Let me say, Ms. Gabbard, while chivalry may dictate that you go next, seniority dictates that as Mr. Denham has joined the table, Mr. Denham testify next. So, Mr. Denham.
I'm just going to, if it's all right, I want to vote.
You want me to take an extra long time?
Do I have time?
Yeah, you get time. Mr. Chair, thank you. I've got two amendments. The first one, the Enlistment Act, your number 71. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my amendment to authorize the enlistment in the armed forces of undocumented immigrants who entered the U.S. under 15 years of age, who entered the country on or before December 31st, 2011, and who are otherwise qualified for enlistment. This amendment will also provide a way for this group of undocumented immigrants to be lawfully admitted to the United States for permanent residence by reason of their honorable service and sacrifice in the U.S. military. As a nation, we have never made citizenship a requirement for service in our armed forces. Since the founding of our nation, non-citizens have been a part of our military, and Congress has seen fit to make military service a way for patriotic individuals from other countries to show allegiance to our flag and become U.S. citizens. Almost half of the U.S. military enlistees, almost half of the U.S. military enlistees in the 1840s were immigrants. I believe that anyone who swears an oath to defend our nation and serves out an enlistment term honorably should be entitled to the privileges afforded to American citizens. More than 660,000 military veterans have become citizens through naturalization between 1862 and 2000. These men and women have proven that they are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for their adopted country. Let me be clear that this amendment will not give undocumented immigrants special benefits, nor would the policy create an opportunity or incentive to rush the border now. My amendment will not change military naturalization law currently in place. My amendment will only affect a certain population that has been in the United States since the time that they were 15 years old and who is prohibited from expressing their patriotism and allegiance to the United States under military code. The language of my amendment gives an opportunity for current undocumented immigrants who otherwise qualify for enlistment to give back to the nation that has provided them so much, including public, elementary, and secondary education, and in many cases, a college degree. For the many thousands of young undocumented immigrants who graduate from our public and private high schools each year, military service would offer an avenue for them to serve the United States and earn a legal status in the country they love. I was proud to wear the uniform as well as many immigrants that I served with, and I can think of no other opportunity for them to express their patriotism.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Walt, let's see. Mr. Benchik, you had finished your testimony, right? Ms. Gabbard, you had not been able to start. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. We have a great opportunity here today to address an issue that is urgently overdue to be dealt with, and one that deals with a population who sacrifices so much. I've been proud to serve in the Hawaii Army National Guard now for about 10 and a half years. Started out as an enlisted soldier, spent my first deployment in that capacity, came back, earned my commission, second deployment as a platoon leader and later as a company commander, and feel that I've had a unique perspective that I can share to this conversation, and why I feel so strongly about this amendment that Dr. Benishek so adequately explained. Really, the strength of our military lies in our core values and in our people. And the fact of the matter is that no service member of any branch will admit weakness or any inability to accomplish the mission. So when we ask about how the military deals with this issue, the attitude will be one that is a can-do attitude, and we will find a solution. But I think in our responsibility here as members of Congress, we need to recognize, for example, that of the 26,000 incidences from 2012, roughly 53% of those victims were male victims, and of those 53%, they have a larger capacity to underreport than female victims, and that this problem is something that we don't even have a full grasp on how large it really is. By taking this step in removing the jurisdiction from the chain of command, we are allowing for an independent, trained, transparent investigator to ask the right questions and to deal with these sexual assault survivors in the way that they need to be dealt with, and to provide them justice and to deal with these predators and make sure that they get the harsh consequences that they deserve. I think this does nothing to erode command authority. All of the other issues that a commander deals with in dealing with service members in their daily lives and their mission remain within that jurisdiction. This simply takes this issue of sexual assault and puts it into the hands of trained military professionals to be dealt with, both for the victim as well as the perpetrator. And I appreciate your consideration in allowing us to consider this. Thank you.
Testimony. Mr. Walz.
We have a joint amendment. Amendment number 49.
Wait a minute. How many amendments do you have?
2.
Okay, this is the second one you're going to go through?
This is.
Get it done. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bipartisan amendment that will improve the procedures used by the Department of Defense to correct errors in the discharge process of our servicemen and women. I'd like to thank Congressman Walz for his willingness to collaborate on this legislation, as well as Chairman Miller and Ranking Member Michaud from the Veterans Committee, and a number of Armed Service Committee members as well. Mr. Chairman, this is important to remember that this amendment creates no new benefits or rights. This legislation does not create any new government entities, nor does it remove authority from the chain of command. The legislation merely allows a select population of veterans to receive a hearing through the proper avenue, the already established Physical Disability Board of Review. The Department of Defense data shows that from November 2001 through June 2007, 26,000 service members were separated from the military because of a personality disorder. In 2008, the Government Accountability Office conducted a review that indicated that thousands of improper personality disorder discharges occurred. GAO found that military branches were failing to abide by the Department of Defense's own directives for diagnosing and discharging veterans with personality disorder. The service's compliance rates were as low as 40%. GAO found that many of the veterans discharged with PD had been previously deployed to a combat zone or victims of military sexual assault. Department of Defense concurred with the GAO's findings that the services were not in compliance with procedures regarding personality disorder discharges. Since then, the department has adopted policies to improve compliance rates. However, nothing was done to reach back to those who may have been illegally discharged. This is crucial because a service member who is discharged on the basis of a personality disorder is in most cases prohibited from accessing service-connected disability compensation, disability severance pay, and disability retirement pay. In addition, they're often unable to find meaningful employment because their discharge papers were still personality disorder or adjustment disorder as that reason. Imagine if you were a victim of sexual assault or PTSD who, rather than receiving support, find themselves instead out of service with no benefits, no access to care, and no job. This amendment will help redress the situation by allowing the Department of Defense to transfer the avenue from which veterans seek to correct their discharge from the Board of Correction of Military Records to the Physical Disability Board of Review where it belongs.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Waltz, it's the same amendment. Do you have anything you want to briefly? Go for it quickly.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Mr. Denham. Our veterans have no greater advocate. He explained this bill clearly. This is a simple case of 31,000 men and women raised their hands, served this nation, many in war zones, many put their lives on the line, and through no fault of their own, the military came back, discharged them under what they considered a pre-existing condition. The science behind this is incredibly flawed. The sense of outrage, I think all of us feel that this was done. These folks were put on the streets. They were not treated. They were not given benefits, and we simply must correct this injustice. Mr. Denham has done it right. This makes sure that the services' hands are not tied. They can still discharge people under personality disorder who rightfully should be. They can make sure they have all avenues that are afforded to them, but this simply puts the veteran back in charge of having an avenue to appeal these and get them the help that they've so rightly earned. So I encourage you to support this no-cost amendment. And I have two more that go with this. So yours, it's 148, under your number, amendment number 148. It goes hand in hand with this, and it goes along with the GAO studies where we've seen this. There's data to support this. Thousands of veterans separated without us knowing that. This data is now since 2008. We need to update that and know what those numbers are. This amendment simply asks that the GAO submit a report to Congress on the Department of Defense current use of personality adjustment disorder for the purpose of discharging them. We need to exercise our constitutional oversight responsibility, find out if this is happening, how often it's happening, and make corrections for it. And Amendment 122 is the final piece of this. Until we can make a decision or figure out, we need to put a moratorium on these discharges. It's happening today as we speak. And this amendment we're offering would only suspend the practice for service members serving more than 6 months past the initial 180-day discharge after immediate reenlistment. No-cost amendment. It would not force DOD to restore benefits to undeserving members. If a service member is truly incompatible, the command can release him. If the service member has a personality disorder and failed to report it, they can be discharged under fraudulent or defective enlistment. If the service member isn't upholding the strict standards of service member can be discharged for unsatisfactory performance. What this does is making sure that those who served admirably were misdiagnosed, or going to be misdiagnosed, or given a fair hearing. So I encourage this committee to put these amendments in order, and I encourage us as a Congress, do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. Get this back. Adjudicate these correctly. It's the least we can do for those who are willing to put their lives on the line so that we could be here to self-govern. I yield back.
Okay, thank you for your comments on the amendments. We'll now see if there are committee questions. Mr. Cole, do you have questions? Mr. McGovern. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman, I do for Mr. Denham. I'm very interested in your citizenship amendment. I'm a big believer in opportunity to earn things. The distinction is what today is the current law of the land, that if I am undocumented or if I have never entered the U.S., I'm not eligible to join the military. Only legal permanent residents are able to join the military today and get that fast track to citizenship, is my understanding. Do you have any?
There are many different exceptions. American Samoans are non-citizens. They are able to sign up as LPR, which is legal permanent residents, would be the same situation. I served in Desert Storm in Somalia with Filipinos that were able to sign up at that time, as did my uncle and godfather in Vietnam. But you go on and on. Every war that we have been involved in, we have had, even Europeans in the 1950s were encouraged to sign up under our flag and wear our uniform. This would be no different. This would just allow those here under the age of 15 that have went to our schools, that have reaped the benefits of our great nation, gives them an opportunity to give back.
And would apply only to those folks who completed their enlistment. If you were medically discharged honorably but early, you would not apply. You have to complete your full
complete your years of service with an honorable discharge.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
I'm curious, in your legislation that would allow for those persons who may have been wrongly discharged or for personality disorder, is there a mechanism in your legislation to notify those persons?
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. The Second Amendment, number 148, I believe that I put out, asked for that to be part of it, for the notification process. And the challenge we have is we don't know how many there are. That's why the two go hand in hand, the GAO study and then the notification process.
That's the only reason I raised it was when you say it's no cost, at some point it is going to have some cost associated with it, which I'm not quarreling with. I'm in full agreement with.
Because one of the things that's interesting about this, and I know all of us we need to make sure that the fiscal side is taken care of. The military and the government saved about $500 million by discharging these people and not doing what they were supposed to do. So there are some issues there to deal with.
Well, I'm in support and will support making an order all of your amendments. I'll make one observation. I'll bet you, without having any way of knowing who they were or when it occurred, but I'll bet you somebody with personality disorder made a decision to discharge somebody with a personality disorder. I'll bet you that happened. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nugent. Mr. Webster. Ms. Roth-Layton.
I just wanted to thank...
If you can't find the mic, you can't ask a question. Okay.
Stack of papers. Congressman Denham for his amendment number 77. It's a step in the right direction to recognize the patriotism of these young men and women. So thank you.
Mr. Burgess.
A stack of papers that gets higher.
No. Thank you. We thank you for coming here, for presenting the information. I appreciate it. We'll dismiss this panel and go to panel number 7. Ask Mr. Collins if he'll come up to the table. Mr. O'Rourke, if he will come up to the table. There you are. Mr. Cardenas, there you are. And Mr. Gosar are the next ones who are here. As staff is trying to put everyone in order in panel on how they arrive.
Yeah. They're all on it?
Same process. Any written testimony you have will be added to the record. This is the oral testimony. The chances of your amendments being made in order are in inverse proportion to how long you talk about them. So, Mr. Collins, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to be here to propose amendment number 145 as revised. And simply put, this would provide a sense of Congress to the Secretary of Defense and urge our military leadership to maintain a strong National Guard and military reserve force. This amendment has been ruled in order by the parliamentarian, is germane to the bill, and has no monetary impact. History has shown that in times of need, America has called upon the National Guard and Reserve to help citizens at home defend the freedom abroad. From our earliest beginnings as a country to the 2 world wars that came to define generations, members of the National Guard
and Reserve have played a deep role in this nation's history. And recent events have shown that the National Guard and Reserve are very important, more important than ever. On September 11th, it was members of the Air National Guard that flew the first jets over New York City and the nation's capital. Many members of both the National Guard and Reserve have fought and died for this country in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And most recently, as Superstorm Sandy rocked the northeast coast, tornadoes ripped through Oklahoma, leaving a path of death and destruction in their wake. It was the National Guard and Reserve members that helped respond quickly, often at the expense of their own safety. The volunteers have again and again demonstrated their readiness and the challenges that await them, and have done so in a very cost-effective manner.
In my congressional district, we have both the Air Force Reserve 914 Airlift Wing and the Air National Guard 107 Airlift Wing, standing ready every day to assist this country. The proposed amendment would send a message from Congress to the Secretary of Defense that he should make every effort to ensure our military reserve and National Guard forces are fully manned and fully funded force to help the United States fulfill its longstanding commitment to the defense of this country. The proposed amendment would send a message from Congress to the Secretary that his actions should reflect that the National Guard and Reserve are critical components of this nation's armed forces, particularly as we look to maintain our combat power during the time of budget austerity. And this proposed amendment would send a message from Congress to the American people that it will not stand for proposals that look to diminish the role and importance of the National Guard or Reserve. Mr. Chairman, the brave men and women who fill the ranks of both the Guard and the Reserve deserve nothing less. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here today to offer my amendment number 256 as submitted to the committee, and I ask that you make this amendment in order. This proposal amends Title 8 of the bill, Acquisition Policy, Acquisition Management, and Related Matters. And essentially, this is a common sense reporting requirement that aims to protect the interests of small businesses and hold the Department of Defense accountable for achieving its small business contracting goals. This amendment would require DoD to provide Congress available data related to the Department's small business contracting goals, identify specific actions DoD has taken to maximize small business participation as contractors or subcontractors, identify specific challenges small businesses face due to the practice of contract bundling, and describe steps the Department has taken to reduce contract bundling. As you know, defense contracts make up 2/3 of the entire government's contracting expenditures. In the past 3 years alone, this has totaled $537.8 billion in federal contracts. However, we're not meeting our targeted goals for small businesses, for women-owned businesses, for service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses, and hub-zone small businesses by billions of dollars. I represent Fort Bliss near El Paso, Texas, and while we're grateful for the more than $5 billion that's been invested there by the Department of Defense, we've missed our contracting goals there as well, which means that small businesses and their employees who should rightfully be able to depend on having access and being able to compete for these contracts are not able to. I believe in a level playing field, and I'm committed to making sure that our small businesses can compete with anyone and be able to win these contracts. I thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay. That was Amendment 256, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas, would you also state the amendment to which you were referring?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I have 4 amendments. Amendment number 218, 219, 220, and 221. Thank you for allowing me to speak to support my amendments. My amendments ensure that we are prepared to face the cyber challenges of today and tomorrow by expanding our understanding of the economic impact of cyber intrusions and identifying ways we can protect our intellectual property. My amendments also ensure that we are effectively training, recruiting, and managing our cyber workforce. The First Amendment, 218, has been revised. My revised amendment will ensure that the investigations launched by the Department of Defense related to the compromise of critical program information include an estimate of economic losses resulting from the intrusion and any actions needed to protect intellectual property. The theft of commercial and military secrets is a serious problem that undermines the strength of our armed forces, the competitiveness of our industries, and the innovation and entrepreneurship of American people. Last year, Symantec estimated that U.S. companies lose roughly $250 billion annually as a result of IP theft. Government officials, companies, and academics all cite different figures on the cost of cyber intrusions, but it's still costly. In order to strengthen our efforts, we need to have a precise understanding of how much these intrusions are costing our defense industry. We also need to identify concrete steps that we can take to ensure that we are doing everything that is possible to protect our intellectual property. Protecting our intellectual property is an economic matter as it is one of national security. The Second Amendment, 219, directs the Secretary of Defense to establish an outreach and education program to educate small businesses on cyber threats and develop plans to protect intellectual property and their networks. According to the report by National Cybersecurity Alliance and Symantec, small businesses are not prepared to defend against cyber attacks, even though nearly half of all targeted cyber attacks are aimed at companies with fewer than 500 employees. It is imperative that we educate and work with the small businesses that contract with the Department of Defense to ensure that they have sound plans to defend their networks and intellectual property. Small businesses are increasingly becoming the target of cyber criminals as larger companies increase their protections, so we need to arm them with the information and technical assistance they need to create effect plans to thwart these attacks and intrusions. The Third Amendment, number 220, has been revised as well. My revised amendment ensures that comprehensive mission analysis of cyber operations mandated in the bill includes an assessment of retention, recruitment, and management of the cyber workforce. The only way that we will be able to effectively defend against the growing cybersecurity threats is by ensuring we have a robust and well-trained workforce that can continue to adapt to the new challenges. We need to ensure that the Department of Defense is providing the appropriate incentives, opportunities, and professional development that creates paths that will strengthen and encourage civilians and service members to enter and hone their technical skills in the cyber field. We cannot afford to fall behind in this area because, as we have all experienced, the consequences are way too costly. We cannot safeguard cyberspace without a ready and properly equipped cyber workforce. My amendment will encourage an assessment of the department's current efforts so we may identify room for improvements. My last amendment, number 221, increases authorized funding for tuition assistance programs by $10 million. This amendment will ensure that service members who desire to continue their education and enhance their skills can continue to do so. The tuition assistance program is available to active duty members, reservists, and National Guard members attending high school, completion courses, vocational courses, or classes toward an associate's, bachelor's, master's, or doctorate degree after hours. According to the GAO in 2009, the Department of Defense Military Tuition Assistance Program provided $517 million in tuition assistance to approximately 377,000 service members. Tuition assistance is an important tool for members of the armed forces to obtain the necessary professional development, education so they can prepare themselves for the job market upon leaving the services. I appreciate the time you've given me, and sorry if I spoke too quickly.
Do not apologize for that. Mr. Gosar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on Gosar Amendment number 50. Sorry, this may take a moment, though. By way of background, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act of 1990, or RECA, established a trust fund to provide compassionate lump sum payments to individuals commonly known as downwinders, who have contracted certain cancers and other serious diseases that are presumably to be the result of the exposure to ionized radiation from above-ground nuclear weapon testing or from various activities in connection with uranium mining. Though the testing in question was performed in Nevada, radioactive elements affected people in Utah and Arizona as well. The original language in the 1990 RECA used a broad definition of the affected areas in Arizona. That language reads, that part of Arizona that is north of the Grand Canyon and west of the Colorado River. That is a definition, therefore, included northern Mojave County, Arizona, in its definition, as it is the county in Arizona that is closest to Nevada and therefore closest to the testing sites. But when RECA was reauthorized and amended in 2000, the purpose was to expand eligibility. With respect to Arizonans' eligibility, the definition of the affected area is changed to reflect specific counties. Of the 5 Arizona counties listed in the 2000 Act, Mojave County is not among them. Then in 2002, technical corrections were made to the 2000 Act to reflect part of the 1990 language concerning Arizona. So after the 2002 corrections, the law listed the 5 counties and included the language, that part of Arizona that is north of the Grand Canyon. Again, Mojave County is the closest of the Arizona counties to the Nevada border and therefore to the nuclear testing ranges, but it is not listed with the others. The Arizona counties directly east and southeast from Mojave County are both covered in their entirety. To correct this omission, Congressman Franks has introduced legislation in the 111th, 112th, and now that I represent that, I am carrying up that flag. This omission seems to be a clerical one, which would be consistent with the fact that the 2000 reauthorization contained composite errors that had to be fixed in the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2002. It is the same vehicle, the NDAA, by which I am seeking to make these remedies. The trust fund associated with these claims has been active since 1992, and that fund will sunset in 2022 by statute. My goal is to ensure that the affected residents in Mojave County, Arizona, have their fair shot at the justified compensation before the trust fund is closed. It is important to know that Mojave County claimants will be subjected to the same burden of proof as all other claimants from the different areas. For Congress to deny the rest of Mojave County, Arizona, the right to file even a claim is both inconsistent and careless, and violates both the apology and the promises made to all downwinders in the original 1990 Act, which read respectively, "The Congress apologizes on behalf of the nation to the individuals and their families for the hardships that they have endured, and it is the purpose of this Act to establish a procedure to make partial restitution to the individuals for the burdens they have borne for the nation as a whole." Indeed, the downwinders in Mojave County, Arizona have borne a burden for years now. Congress must keep its promise and enact policies to lend credence to its formal apologies. I hope that the Rules Committee will find this nonpartisan language in order so that it can make it to the floor and make my case before the duly elected representatives of the House. I will do all I can to ensure that my constituents affected by the government's nuclear weapons testing are eligible for reasonable and justified compensation. I again thank the committee.
Thank you. Did you have a second amendment?
No.
All right. Appreciate that. We'll now turn to the committee for questions. Mr. Cole? No questions? Mr. McGovern? Mr. Woodall? Mr. Hastings? Mr. Nugent? Mr. Webster? Mr. Burgess? You obviously covered the situation well. Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll dismiss you and now bring panel number 8. Mr. Holzkamp, if we can have you come up. Mr. Grayson, Mr. Kildee, Ms. Bustos.
Mr. Chairman, while the panel is assembling, I ask unanimous consent that the statements of Congressman Connolly in support of his Amendment 117 and that Mr. Green's amendment on national defense authorization and the statement of Congresswoman Waters all be made a part of the record.
That objection is ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, same process before you already saw. Holzkamp, we'll start with you. Please give the number of the amendment to which we're referring.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I haven't broken a record, but I do have five amendments, and I will move very quickly through those. So, amendment number 233. Mr. Chairman, as I speak, a longtime member of the U.S. Army Band, Master Sergeant Nathan Summers, is in the midst of an Article 15 disciplinary proceeding and is considering opting for a court-martial. Sergeant Summers is a decorated soldier with a spotless record during his 25 years of service. In a series of events beginning last summer, it appears he has invoked the wrath of his superior officers by exercising his First Amendment rights. For example, Sergeant Summers displayed various bumper stickers of one particular party and scripture, and he also served Chick-fil-A food at a promotion party. He was also seen reading books authored by various conservative authors, and all of these activities are protected by the First Amendment. For all of these, Mr. Chairman, he has been harassed and threatened by his superiors. After personally meeting with Sergeant Summers and reviewing his documentation, I think it's clear the disciplinary proceeding is improvident, motivated by retribution, and may manifest misconduct on the part of one or more of his officers in his chain of command. And I'll note, I do not believe this is an isolated incident across numerous other reports of service members. My amendment is pretty simple. It would require the Secretary of the Army to provide to Congress with a report about this case before taking any further adverse action against Sergeant Summers. This case has already been the subject of a lot of media attention. He's being closely watched by other service members. I think the imposition of a reporting requirement will enable the Army to evaluate fully the propriety of the charges and disciplinary proceedings that Sergeant Summers is currently involved in. The second amendment, Mr. Chairman, deals with benefits number 235. Amendment 235, offer that for your consideration. First of all, we do have a duty and responsibility to take care of our brave and active military service members now, and already we are already struggling to care for men and women in uniform. Second, Congress should not be delving into areas reflected in the Panetta memo until I believe the Senate and House Armed Services Committees and Department of Defense address the status of all relationships and their benefits. By only addressing a homosexual couple's benefits in the Panetta memo, it applies that this group of beneficiaries is set apart and gives them arguably special and preferential treatment. Lastly, DOMA is still the law of the land and cannot be ignored. This amendment would uphold and maintain the spirit and letter of the law of DOMA. Third amendment is a facilities amendment. Last Congress, number 236. Last Congress, I offered the Military Religious Freedom Protection Act, and Representative Aiken and Representative Palazzo offered two amendments from that bill that were included in the House-passed NDA last year. The Aiken Amendment was signed into law and protects freedom of conscience for military personnel, while the Palazzo Amendment prohibits same-sex marriage ceremonies in military facilities. This amendment would take that same language that Mr. Palazzo had offered last year, but was eventually stripped out in the conference. I would take that same language and encourage the Rules Committee to allow that to be in order as well. Third amendment has to do with number 237. It is the law in the land, as I mentioned in last year's NDAA, that the Department of Defense must adopt no regulations regarding the preservation and protection of religious liberties of our military personnel. However, since March, Congress has sent 3 letters to the Department asking for progress updates, and as of now, we've only received acknowledgments that it has received our letters. As this time, we are unaware of any progress in that requirement NDAA. In light of this delay, my amendment would require DOD to provide Congress with a report on meetings that were apparently going on between Department employees and civilians with respect to the development of military policy related to religious liberty. And I'll note the underlying bill does have an amendment that provides a timeline to force the Department to finally act on those regulations. And lastly, on another issue is Amendment 238, Mr. Chairman. While it would deal with the issue of surveillance that has been in the newspapers recently, while the specifics of the NSA's data collection are classified, I know many of us were in that briefing, I'm offering this amendment to ensure and reiterate to the intelligence community the following, that the targeting of U.S. persons for surveillance without a court order is unacceptable. It's pretty simple language. While I recognize the need to protect our national security, I fear we may be potentially sacrificing the civil liberties and liberty of millions of Americans in our current actions. And many Americans are justifiably skeptical that the federal government has only their best intentions in mind when it collects their personal information. Accumulating the proverbial haystack in order to find that proverbial needle is an affront to the trust of the American people, and adoption of this amendment restricting that targeting to surveillance to only with a court order would go a long ways toward restoring that trust. And those are my amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Were you going to comment to 234 as well?
I've withdrawn that amendment.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 5 amendments as well, and I ask that they be ruled in order. First amendment is amendment number 129. As time goes on, the military relies more and more on sole sources of supply, and in some cases, sole sources of components of supply. And as time goes on, these single sources become more and more subject to vulnerabilities because of military attack, or terrorism, or natural disasters, industrial shock, financial crisis, or geopolitical crisis, such as an embargo. The military literally knows next to nothing about its own vulnerabilities in that regard. So this amendment, amendment number 129, simply calls upon the military to study and report on its own vulnerabilities in its own procurement supply chain. The second amendment that I've offered is amendment number 137. Amendment number 137 addresses a provision in the bill that establishes a commission on service to the nation and requires the holding of at least one hearing by that commission in every state, but not in Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, or the Northern Marianas Islands, etc. This, unfortunately, is an oversight that represents a potential affront to the 100,000 servicemen who served our country honorably and live now in Puerto Rico. So we add the language through this amendment, amendment number 137, to provide that this commission actually conducts its work as well, not only at least once in each state, but also in the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, et cetera, et cetera. I also offer amendment number 139. Amendment number 139 deals with the situation that exists now where we have the government compensating the heads of defense contracting companies and also defense executives up to a level that now approaches almost $800,000 per year. And those are now regarded as allowable costs under cost reimbursement contracts. My amendment amendment very simply specifies that the government will not pay a defense contractor more than it pays our commander-in-chief, which is $400,000. I think this is prudent, this is reasonable. It sets a bad example for the taxpayers to be paying more to the president of, let's say, General Dynamics than the taxpayers pay to the president of the United States. Therefore, I hope that this amendment will be ruled in order. With regard to the next amendment, which is amendment number 146, this is an amendment that has to do with recent reports in the media, specifically The Guardian and The Washington Post, regarding what appear to be egregious efforts to collect information on U.S. citizens operating on U.S. soil that are particular to those citizens. For instance, there has been a recent report that indicates that in one warrant that was issued by the FISA court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, the order provides for the government to receive all call details, records, or other telephony metadata created by Verizon, a company with tens of millions of U.S. customers, for communication, one, between the United States and abroad, and two, and this is in the words of the court order, wholly within the United States, including local telephone calls. Bear in mind, this is a court order issued by the FISA court to Verizon to turn over all of its records for a lengthy period of time to the government for local telephone calls and other telephone calls entirely within the United States. In addition to that, the recent news reports indicate that the PRISM program is collecting information and data and other reports from the following companies: Microsoft, including specifically Hotmail, the email program that's provided by Microsoft and hosted by it, Google, Yahoo, Facebook, PalTalk, YouTube, Skype, AOL, and Apple. And the PRISM program is receiving the following kinds of information from all of these different major internet service providers: email, chat, including both video and voice, videos, photos, stored data, voice over internet protocol, which is telephone call content, file transfers, video conferencing, notification of target activity, which includes logins, online social network details, and what is referred to problematically as special requests. There's no indication whatsoever that this information being provided to the government through the PRISM program from Microsoft, Google, Yahoo, Facebook, and so on is somehow being limited to foreigners. Quite to the contrary, the information that's been reported on publicly indicates that the PRISM program, which is part of the Department of Defense, has its collections directly from the servers of these providers: Microsoft, Yahoo, Google, Facebook, PalTalk, AOL, Skype, YouTube, and Apple. This is utterly inconsistent with not only longstanding statutory rules, but also the Fourth Amendment. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, first of all, since the 1870s, we've had a rule that distinguishes between foreign military action and domestic police action. That was codified in the Posse Comitatus Act more than a century ago, and it remains in effect. We do not and cannot allow the U.S. military to operate on our soil against U.S. citizens. But in fact, these news reports make it clear that that is actually happening right now. Secondly, the Fourth Amendment, which predates the Posse Comitatus Act and goes all the way back to the founding of this country, establishes two specific limitations, both of which are being impaired and infringed by this activity. First of all, there is a requirement for particularity. There's no particularity when the government, through the NSA and through the Department of Defense, collects information from everybody about everybody. That's a flagrant violation of the particularity requirement. Secondly, in addition to that, there is a violation of the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement. This is information that is being collected without the probable cause that's actually specified in the Fourth Amendment. You cannot simply say, we're going to collect all this stuff, go through it, maybe we'll find something. That's not what the Fourth Amendment requires. In fact, it limits you specifically to probable cause, which means that if you are collecting this information, you must have some reason to believe that the recipient either has or will commit some crime. So as a result of that, we've offered amendment number 146, which simply limits the availability of funds for information gathering on citizens of the United States while located in the United States without probable cause. I urge the committee to give full consideration to that amendment. Now, I'm moving on to the last of my 5 amendments, which is amendment number 147. This, respectfully, may be considered to be a no-brainer. The chairman, I hope, will note that the same provision passed twice last week on the floor of the House by unanimous consent without any opposition. With regard to both the Veterans Administration bill last week and also with regard to the Homeland Security bill, this identical provision was passed on a bipartisan basis by both Democrats and Republicans. Strangely enough, this is hard to believe, but this is actually going on. When an offeror submits a proposal to the government for a contract of more than $50,000, the offeror must identify whether it's committed a dozen different crimes or not. And these crimes include serious crimes, the commission of fraud, tax evasion, making false statements, theft, forgery, bribery, etc. The strange part of this is that the government is free under current law, except for the 2 provisions passed last week, to go ahead and make the award to the contractor anyway. I think this is unconscionable. I don't understand how we could possibly justify giving taxpayer money to a contractor that has been convicted of bribery. And therefore, I was very happy to see bipartisan action last week to eliminate this loophole in the law and require that funds not be given to any government contractor who has advised the government that it's committed any one of these dozen extremely serious crimes. I respectfully ask the committee for its support in this regard to duplicate the action already taken unanimously by the House last week to rule 147, Amendment 147 in order so that it can be, we can extend this prohibition that now exists for 2 agencies to a 3rd one. I appreciate the committee's consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify on my amendment, which is Amendment 268, which I respectfully request that you rule in order. Protecting our service members from harm and ensuring that they're prepared to defend our nation is one of Congress's most critical responsibilities, so it's an honor to be here today as we undertake this responsibility here in Congress. Our service members protect us, and my amendment would help to protect them. It guards them from potential financial ruin by providing them additional information before entering into often dangerous and financially devastating short-term loans with extremely high interest rates. There have been multiple reports about decorated combat veterans being financially ruined by ostensibly small $1,000 payday loans with 400% interest rates that quickly balloon into tens of thousands of dollars in debt. In fact, it was recently reported that an Army Purple Heart recipient lost his car after being unable to pay off a relatively meager 30-day loan. These payday and vehicle title loans, which often have interest rates of up to 400%, can be disastrous for our military service members and significantly affect combat effectiveness. Many service members are required to hold security clearances to perform their duties, and poor credit and debt can significantly impact their ability to maintain the required clearances, which hinders military readiness. Nonetheless, our service members are often unaware of multiple financial resources available, including 0% interest rate emergency loans. Thus, my amendment would simply ensure that they are apprised of the options that are available to them. This is a no direct cost amendment, which would require that before making a loan to a service member, payday and title loan lenders must provide the borrower with a simple sheet of paper separate from the loan documents that clearly states in bold 14-point type the following. Number 1, the service member understands that other lower interest rate emergency loans, including 0% interest rate loans, may potentially be available through military relief societies and through other lenders. Number 2, the service member understands that financial counseling services are available through the Department of Defense. And number 3, the potential cost of a loan over the period of the loan using, they're made aware of the potential cost of the loan over time using a repayment table, similar to a simple amortization table. Congress and the Department of Defense need to work together to develop more comprehensive reform to protect service members and their families from unscrupulous financial transactions. But in the interim, we can all agree that before entering into these often financially devastating predatory loans, our service members should have as much information as possible about other financing options that may be available to them and the true cost of a potential loan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Ms. Bustos.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions. I have just one amendment, and it is number 9. I appreciate you allowing me to testify on this. Hold on one second. Let me get this mic in good shape here. I'm here to ask that you support my amendment requesting the Secretary of the Army to review and provide a report on the Medal of Honor nomination of Captain William L. Albrecht of Moline, Illinois. Many, including the Vietnam Veterans of America, strongly believe that after reviewing all of the documentation that the Silver Star is not commensurate with Captain Albrecht's actions during a 5-day siege at Firebase Kate in South Vietnam. It is the belief that the Army performed a cursory review of the nomination, given the length of time between Captain Albrecht's heroic actions and his initial Medal of Honor nomination. It was 43 years ago that Captain Albrecht, who was then a 21-year-old Green Beret, was in charge of a U.S. military evacuation of Firebase Kate. Captain Albrecht's strong leadership, calm under extreme duress, and care for countless other soldiers was exemplary. He was responsible for saving more than 100 lives that day. Outnumbered 40-1 and vulnerable, conditions grew more and more dire. Albrecht took shrapnel to the arm, and the wound easily could have landed him aboard one of the last medevac helicopters that dared approach Firebase Kate, but he chose to stay. He led 150 men off the base, despite being wounded, surrounded, and constantly targeted by the enemy. After long nights, Captain Albrecht's escape plan worked. After arriving safely at a nearby outpost, word came that there would be a ceremony to honor these heroic actions. A helicopter was sent to pick up Captain Albrecht, despite poor flying conditions that had grounded many other aircraft. Upon arrival of the helicopter, Captain Albrecht noted that there were several wounded soldiers who could not be airlifted due to the weather conditions. He told the aircrew of his helicopter to get the men to the hospital. Giving up his seat caused him to miss the ceremony. His actions went unrecognized for 4 decades. Others under Captain Albrecht's command and guidance were awarded Silver Stars for their actions that day. However, Captain Albrecht was not recognized for leading his soldiers to safety through the dense Vietnamese jungle while repeatedly facing extreme enemy fire. Many believe that every man at Firebase Kate would have died if it had not been for Captain Albrecht. There was no one else capable of calling in an airstrike, and no one there capable of inspiring these men to follow him into the jungle. This is why, Mr. Chairman, I'm requesting that the Army review and provide a report on why Captain Albrecht's heroic actions and Medal of Honor nomination was downgraded 2 levels. I thank you for allowing me to testify, and I hope you'll consider my amendment.
Thank all of you. Now we'll open it for questions. Mr. Cole, Mr. McGovern, Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just ask Mr. Gildy, I'm very sympathetic with what you're doing here. It's hard in an NDAA bill to direct private lenders and tell them what they're supposed to do. Why did you choose to direct private lenders instead of choosing to direct the military to distribute similar paperwork at regular intervals?
Well, first of all, the point of entry for most of the service members is the payday lender. As I'm sure you're aware, there's fairly strong presence of payday lenders around military bases and very aggressive advertising, number one. I think, secondly, this has already been addressed back in 2007 within this same authorizing act when we made certain requirements on payday lenders as it relates to the length and size of loans and the interest rate allowable. But what we've found is that the industry, which is now bound, by requirements under payday loans for loans no longer than 91 days with a 36% interest rate or 181 days. They simply get around those by adding one additional day. So it's already within the framework of current act that we regulate or we impose some regulations on payday lenders. This would simply require one additional step, and that is that they provide this information at the point of a loan.
To be clear, you're saying the 2007 National Defense Authorization Act contained that language, or a separate regulatory bill?
No, it was in the Military Lending Act, which was a part of the Authorization Act.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Judge Hastings. Thank you very much, Judge.
I certainly support the amendments of Mr. Grayson and Ms. Grisham, and I don't speak to Mr. Holskamp, but Mr. Kildee, I'm opposed to your amendment being made in order. I think there are several gaps that are not covered. One, I'm not sure, and maybe you can help me to understand whether or not the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was consulted, and or do you feel that there was a necessity to consult with them since they have some responsibilities in this arena?
Yes, thank you for the question. And yes, we did consult with them as well as other folks interested in this, the folks at the Armed Services and the Financial Service Committee of the Congress. And the intent here is that in the absence of further regulatory steps, which we don't deny could be important and necessary, that this is a step that would at least provide that information under the current regulatory environment, that information that we think is really important to these service members be provided to them at the point that the loan is being made. I do not disagree, and in fact I would agree that we may be better served with a stronger regulatory environment generally. This does not go there. This simply provides that information should be provided because many of these service members are completely unaware of other options that might be available to them.
Was there a provision in your legislation that it be required in writing, as you have said, a simple piece of paper, and orally?
This just simply requires it be done in writing.
That it be done in writing?
Right.
Okay. What about the provision that you allow for, that a part of it says that a person could receive a no-interest loan? I'm just asking you just as a practical matter. You're at Fort Bragg, and I've seen the payday lenders there and at other military bases. I've also seen banks and other credit purveyors that have hidden language in spite of all of our efforts with reference to matters. So I use this most times with the proverbial Miss Johnson, and the electricity is about to be cut off. So I'm Soldier X, and I have 3 kids at home, and my electricity is about to be cut off, and I'm going to get a no-interest loan in 1 hour or 2. Can you do that? Or when you do turn to the payday loan, like it or not, at least I kept the electricity on. You understand, people turn to desperate measures largely for the reason that they do not have credit availability. And I could go into great detail with you as to why not only military personnel, but a lot of individuals don't have credit histories, and therefore they can't borrow any money. You know, and so they go to these places. I began my law practice with HFC loan. I worked in a place where there were 5 white lawyers and I in the same building, and we each had our little offices. Every one of them was able to go to First National Bank, and they did, and each one of them received either $5,000 or $10,000 on a non-signature loan, just on the basis that they were lawyers. I went to the same bank, and I was denied. I ultimately got to know the president of that bank, and we're fast friends as a result of same. But I wound up having to go to the loan company. You understand? And that's why people do that. It isn't, predators exist in the financial world all over the place. And I just don't, I don't want to just leave that person that doesn't have anywhere else to turn, left in the position of not having anywhere else to turn.
If I might, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I completely understand your point. I want to make it clear that this amendment does nothing to restrict or require any additional burden on the part of the lender other than to simply provide what we think is really important information that any borrower have, and that is awareness, number one, that there are other options available to them. That's important. But secondly, that the lender disclose what the true cost of the loan will be. And this is the problem that this amendment is trying to address. There have been instances where relatively modest loans of a few $100s turn into multiple thousands of dollars of debt. So I completely understand and am very sympathetic to the point you raised about access to credit. This would not restrict access even to this form of credit, but would simply require that the lender disclose the availability of other resources. Many of these service members, despite other efforts, may not be aware of these loans that would be available to them because they never imagined the need for them until the opportunity came up where they needed money and they saw that there was lending available. I understand your point. This is simply to make sure that the borrower is completely aware of what they're getting themselves into.
Am I correct that there were no hearings on this amendment?
That's correct.
That you offer. I've given a lot of thought to this situation because not just military, but a whole lot of places, and I, as every member, represent an awful lot of people that are poor, and that's why I use the proverbial Ms. Johnson, that, and I know these situations to be true, that something bad is about to happen to them, usually having to do, interestingly enough, with electricity and water and
taxes.
Those kinds of things. Right. But just to show you why I don't have any faith any longer in us being able as consumers to have clarity. I'm a lawyer coming up on 50 years. I purchased an insurance policy in the 5th year of my practice. Week before last, from a company called Wilton Insurance, and I might add there have been 3 iterations of insurance companies that have handled this very simple policy. I received notice from them. I have paid $235 a month all that time, and I received notice from them that I had to pay $1,137. I hadn't looked at the policy in a very long time. I went back, and there hidden under all of that little language was when I turned 75, there was a little bitty balloon, and it incrementally can amount to a hell of a lot of money if I live too long. I feel that strongly about institutions that have taken advantage of me. And therefore, I don't know that the payday lender is any worse than the Bank of America, who for all the years that I have banked with every iteration that they have, I still am not eligible with impeccable credit for a $25,000 signature loan. So somewhere along the lines, I'm going to let the poor people have their ability to take care of immediate matters that can't be taken care of by other institutions, and that's where I'm coming from. I oppose your amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Nugent. Mr. Webster. Chairwoman Rogers. Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say I appreciate the gentleman bringing the amendment to the floor. I know this was something that was important to your predecessor, and hopefully we can see it moved along. So I appreciate you bringing the amendment today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The committee appreciates all 4 of you being here, and we routinely, meaning year by year, have an opportunity to really keep this body alive by people coming up and paying attention not just to the military, but the men and women who not only serve but give their lives. And we are very concerned and have heard testimony today, yesterday, about the desire of this Congress to make sure we're taking care also of the veterans who've served with honor and distinction of this country. And I want to thank you for being a part of this hearing. And you're now excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next panel will be Mrs. Grisham, Mr. Thompson, and one of our distinguished members of the Rules Committee will have an opportunity, if he chooses, either to go down or to stay in place to talk about his amendment. I would ask that he would do that last. And we would recognize at this time Ms. Grisham. Welcome to the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is my first trip to the Rules Committee, and I appreciate very much this opportunity.
Well, then you've been told how much fun we are?
There was a big sign, Mr. Chairman, outside that said, Funnest Best Committee.
Fun is right here. I need you to do us one favor. I'm sorry, I've been gone for a few minutes and I forgot. Without objection, anything that you brought in writing will be entered into the record. Secondly, if you can tell us the number of your amendment, that will allow us an opportunity to work with you and know that.
190, sir.
190. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment, 190, to the National Defense Authorization Act is an effort to provide recognition and honor to the dependents, recognizing the sacrifices that they also make of deployed service members. In the book, The War Comes Home, The Toll of War and Shifting Burden of Care by Howell Wool, he reports that 2.3 million active duty National Guard and Reserve service members have been deployed since the beginning of the wars. And over 40% have been deployed more than once, some for up to 18 months of duration. About 60% of U.S. service members have family commitments, resulting in 2 million U.S. children who have had at least one parent deployed during wartime over the past decade. Now, these children, in my opinion, provide a service to their country as well, and they don't have a choice. And they take care of their younger siblings, and their deployed parent misses important milestones such as graduations and games and talent performances. And wartime deployment means a separation from a loved one, usually a parent, an increased sense of danger, and a routine of daily uncertainty. And many service members return with post-traumatic stress disorder. They suffer from anxiety, substance abuse, traumatic brain injury, and some parents don't return at all. I believe that we need to honor the sacrifices of the entire family and recognize these military children. We can recognize these contributions, and we can thank them with a Dependent of Combat Veteran lapel button. Already included in the section I propose to amend of the Act is a provision to prevent the spouse of a combat service member with a similar lapel button. The amendment ensures that we honor the children and take care of the whole family and recognize that it's an entire family sacrifice. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, looks like you're last.
Proud to be in that position, Chairman.
Congratulations. Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm pleased to say that this committee has been waiting all day to see me. That's a good start.
We know you've been cooling your jets over there, but I think the point that the Chairman Cole makes is, and we're glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, Chairman.
Recognized.
I know you've had a lot of amendments today, and I'm not going to extend your pain any more than not very long anyway. It's going to be fairly succinct. My amendment numbers, I have just two of them, and I promise to be succinct, combine them both. Number 33 and number 34 are the numbers. These are really two bipartisan amendments before the Rules Committee today. Both have been reviewed by the CBO and determined to have no direct impact on spending. Both approved by the parliamentarian and found in compliance by the Budget Committee. Now, the first amendment, number 33, extends what's called the TAMP program, Transitional Assistance Management Program, benefits for an additional 180 days for all procedures done through telemedicine. In addition, it allows those who are utilizing telebehavioral services through TAMP or have undergone mental health treatment in the year prior to leaving the service for as long as the attending mental health care professional deems necessary. Now, numerous studies have shown that symptoms from traumatic brain injury do not present themselves until 8 to 10 months after service, after service members return to civilian life, which is longer than the current 100-day benefit under TAMP. Through this amendment, we can utilize telemedicine to extend access to benefits for those leaving the service while lowering the cost of care. Now, we cannot let individuals fall through the crack any longer, especially the thousands in reserve component who return back from theater and quickly assume civilian lives. Now, I've also worked closely with the Armed Services Committee, my colleague Representative Tim Ryan, on this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, hope the committee will find this amendment in order. And the second amendment is number 34, is also no cost and bipartisan. This amendment will mandate the Department of Defense to implement a preliminary mental health assessment before individuals join the military. I've worked closely with the Armed Services Committee while crafting this amendment, as well as a host of co-sponsors. In short, the Department of Defense has done medical assessments for many years, checking knees, ankles, backs, and more. It is time we bring mental health to parity with physical health and preliminary assessments so we can focus on the overall well-being of the force. This will serve as a baseline in their health records to help track any mental health changes in their career. And again, I want to thank you for letting me testify before the committee today, and I hope you'll find both the amendments in order. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Mr. Thompson, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, over the last few years, you've worked very closely with this committee, and I hope that we would, the same would be said about us to try and not only accommodate you, but to make sure that everything complied with our ability to make it in order. So I thank you very much. Thank you. Mrs. Fox.
No, I thank our colleagues for coming, and I hope your first experience here will make you go away and tell people it's not as bad as they think.
Absolutely.
Thank you. No questions, Mr. Chairman.
We are no land of enchantment, but as you see, you're close to home. On either side, you'll notice a little bit of Texas, so it's not all bad. Mr. McGovern.
I don't have any questions, but I would say for the record that I like your choice of artwork better than your predecessors. So.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
That's about as big a compliment you got to get from me.
You know what? Don't cut yourself short yet. Don't cut yourself short yet. Thank you. Gentleman yields. Mr. Bishop.
For the record, I like the cows a lot better.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Judge?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support both the presenters' amendments.
Thank you very much. Chairman Cole.
Mr. Chairman, I think you only got the compliment because Mr. McGovern still has an amendment pending.
Well, and that's why. But very little confidence that we would meet his mark there. But, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Mr. Woodall.
I just had two quick questions,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, from Ms. Lujan Grisham. Is there a dollar value associated with this amendment?
Mr. Woodall, the CBO has reviewed this amendment and has given it a 0 score, so there's no monetary impact by virtue of this amendment.
And thinking about the 2 million children that you mentioned, is this just for folks who had parents in combat zones, or is this everyone who had a parent activated and have to leave home for that period of time?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Representative Woodall, it's for anyone deployed. There's a 30-day requirement unless that deployed active member is lost during that 30 days, in which case there's no time limit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nugent. Mr. Webster. Ms. Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognition. Mr. Thompson, thank you for bringing the amendments. It's always very thoughtful, and I really appreciate your contribution to this NDAA bill. And to the gentlelady from New Mexico, my observation, my first trip up here was probably 1 o'clock in the morning. You could see the moon outside, bats flying around. It is a new day with Chairman Sessions. He brings Texas sensibility to the committee, and we're all very grateful for that. And I will yield back.
Do you have an amendment?
Thank you very much. Now, I also said that we had another person who was a part of this panel. I'm going to say to each of you, you're excused. If you choose to stick around to see a pro do this, we're now going to refer time for an amendment for him to speak, but we'll let you go as you would choose. You are excused.
Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And we now defer to our colleague and friend.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding me some time. I'll be very, very quick. I'm back kind of with a similar amendment to the one that I had last year that caused so much commotion. But I would just say to my colleagues, and first of all, I want to thank the chairman and the Rules Committee staff. We've been working on adjusting language so that it everybody feels okay with it. But I just remind everybody here that probably the biggest issue, one of the biggest issues facing this country, and certainly one of the biggest issues with regard to this defense authorization bill, is the war in Afghanistan. 2,235 American military personnel have been killed in Afghanistan. Over 17,500 have been wounded. 310 of our servicemen and women died in combat last year, and 349 of our veterans committed suicide last year. Right now in FY 2013, we're spending $7.2 billion each month in Afghanistan. That's $1.7 billion each week, $238 million each day, or $9.9 million every hour. And every minute we spend talking here costs us another $165,000 in Afghanistan, all of it on our national credit card, all of it. Experts estimate that the total long-term cost of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq is going to be between $4 to $6 trillion, including long-term care for our veterans. And so what I am proposing here is that we basically go on record as supporting a policy that would say that, the President has kind of outlined his kind of vision for exiting Afghanistan. I'd like to believe that it's all going to fall into place the way he outlines it. I'm not sure that it will. But I think given the fact that this is the longest war in American history, that if in fact the President should decide that it is necessary to maintain United States troops in Afghanistan to carry out missions after December 31st of 2014, and such presence and mission should be authorized by Congress. Whether you want to support them or you want to bring this to an end, I think at this particular point, asking for a vote is not too much. So that's all that this does. I think we ought to have a debate on the war in Afghanistan. But whether you're for this policy or continuing the policy or not, I think by December 30, by that that we ought to have a vote, and that vote would be on June. If he decided beyond December 31st, 2014, that vote would be no later than June 1st of 2014. That's all this does. And so I would hope that we could make this in order. We could have a debate on this. I think the American people want us to, and I hope that not only will it be made in order, I hope we all support it, because I think this is a reasonable, rational, thoughtful amendment. So thank you.
I thank the gentleman for bringing his amendment here. Is there anyone that has a question for the gentleman?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but I'm sorry, Mr. Woodall was first.
That's okay.
No, Mr. Woodall was first.
Well, yeah, we'll do that, but I want to look at you. Mrs. Fox?
I don't have any questions for my colleague from Massachusetts, but I want to say that while we often disagree on things, I admire his persistence.
Judge?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to very strongly support Mr. McGovern's amendment and ask that it be made in order. One of the persons that testified before us today, I forget who it was, but if you have a memory regarding what was being asked, it was for resources for training people in Afghanistan to be able to continue on with facilities, and he referenced utilities and water treatment facilities and others that we are building with American dollars on the credit card. And I don't know whether my colleagues from Florida had experiences with the past executive leader of the Army Corps of Engineers. But he left Florida very recently for Afghanistan. And this is after getting a pretty good grip on something that is critical to all of us in this nation and in Florida with the treasure that we have in the Everglades. Now he's in Afghanistan, and I had a meeting with him dealing with water issues in South Florida. And he regretted very much that he was having to leave, and he wasn't particularly, he's a do what I'm required to do kind of person, but was not particularly of a mind to believe that when he went there and did the things that he was going to do ostensibly to help them, that it was going to last. Now, you all have heard me say this an awful lot, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It hurt me a lot to spend almost a decade trying to get a water treatment facility in one of the poorest areas of the congressional district that I'm privileged to serve, meaning not any more poor than some of the other places that you all represent. But the people where a lot of our 50% of our winter vegetables, 75% of our cane sugar comes from this area. And the people living there were drinking from water that looked like mud. So I spent all this time trying to get a water treatment facility. And then I go with our former chairman, Chairman Dreyer, to Iraq. And I see a water treatment facility that was identified by the CO to me as having cost, and he didn't know me, he didn't know anything about my problem, having cost $14 million. Listen, people, when we leave Afghanistan, I don't care whether what Dana Rohrabacher said or what Rich Nolan said regarding the Mujahideen. I don't know whether they became members of the Taliban, but I do know that a Taliban came into existence and is still in existence. And among the things that they did, including atrocious things to women and children, was tear down portions of the history that all of us are mindful of. I shudder to think what's going to happen, but it is going to happen whether we stay there or not. We should not lose another soul, and we should not spend another dollar on something that we cannot have assurances that we're going to have control. And yesterday when I was speaking, and I spoke about Iraq, and I talked about the fact that China had the lead in oil resources, and we have zero that we got back for our construction. It may have sounded like I was just talking from the top of my head, but then we got confirmation from other people who are saying virtually the same thing. And that's what's getting ready to happen in Afghanistan. Where is anybody in here tell me, what did we gain in Iraq? And what are we gaining in Afghanistan? And I'm here to tell you that I don't think we are gaining anything. I think we are losing great respect around the world and building enemies untold for our children that are yet unborn in our great country, to be meeting these people who are going to be very angry with us for what we have done. I think Mr. McGovern's amendment ought to be made in order, and at the very least, we ought to have an opportunity to vote on it. If it ain't but three of us that are against this continuing intervention, then we ought to be given that opportunity.
I thank the gentleman very much. I don't really have the desire to engage him right now because I don't think that's the spirit of what I'm about right now. But in fact, I believe that there is a case to be made on your side, and one that says that what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, predominantly Afghanistan in my mind, could be substantiated by what's called national interest to protect this great nation. And I do respect the gentleman, and he knows that. And as I did again today, I encouraged him anytime to speak his mind, and I am supportive of that. But I would tell you, I believe there is somebody, and that's me, who would stand up and say, I believe there is a reason why we have done what we've done. Well, I don't have to agree with everything that was done, but I do have to agree with some of what was done, and I do respect Jill. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Nugent, Mr. Woodall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I forgot where we were going. I'm sorry. Oh, was I this far? I'd forgotten. Wait till you turn 50, it gets ugly. It just gets ugly remembering. No.
I can't remember when I did turn 50.
Chairman Cole.
Wait till you turn 60.
I hope I make it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to commend my friend for bringing this amendment, and because I do think it's an institutional amendment that really gets at the heart of congressional war-making authority, which I think we have ceded far too much to the executive branch. Now, I will say, for the record, it's worth noting that the President has been in favor of Afghanistan from the very beginning and has tremendously expanded our role there. I mean, there are more troops there today than there was when George Bush left office. Sadly, most of those casualties that you cited were actually suffered during the President's term in office, and those are decisions he's made. But I do think you raise a really important point that if we declare combat missions officially over, then it's time to decide what the new mission, if any, is. And if the President decides that it's in the national interest to maintain forces there, I think we ought to have a debate, because I think that he needs to come and make the case for that and have congressional support, or we need to take the responsibility for pulling the plug. Either way. But again, I thank my friend for being so consistent on this, and we don't always agree, but I think he's been a consistent defender of congressional authority in this area and wanting this to get us back to where the Constitution is, and I think this amendment is a step in that direction, so I commend him for doing it. Go back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask my friend from Massachusetts, reading the amendment, and I'm not an expert on the President's withdrawal plan, but I think he has something like 50,000 troops that would remain there throughout 2014. Your language about proceed with complete the accelerated transition, that is a reference to previously announced administrative policies? Or
the amendment here.
I sure do.
Yeah, the
118?
It's 118. Am I reading it right now? 118.
O-R.
Revised.
I'm looking at
118 revised. Yeah. So basically, what it is, it is assuming that it is our policy that our policy will be the policy announced by the President of the United States. If we decide to expand and go beyond that, his stated policy, what I'm saying is we ought to have a vote. I mean, if you want to expand or continue, and if you think it's worth staying, you ought to vote yes. If you think we ought to, ought to reevaluate our policy, then you vote no. But we haven't. It's time we weigh in on this, because this mission has changed an awful lot, and all we're simply asking for is, if the President decides that, determines the necessity to maintain United States troops in Afghanistan to carry out missions after December 31st, 2014, then such presence and missions should be authorized by a separate vote by Congress no later than June 1st, 2014. And if we want to, if he wants to stay, we ought to be able to vote yes or no. And I think it's, and I don't know what the numbers are, how many people were here to vote for the original authorization versus who's still here. I mean, this Congress has changed quite a bit. I think not as much as you. It's changed a lot. You weren't here, so you ought to have a chance to vote on this.
Well, reclaiming my time, knowing the gentleman's passion for this, why include that vote as a sense of Congress when we have a statutory opportunity here to require that
Right.
vote as the law of the land.
Yeah, well, that's part of what we call give and take. Look, I think what we're doing here is basically kind of signaling that this is what we expect. I think for some members, quite frankly, on both sides of the aisle, a mandatory, certain vote, it was a little bit too much. So I'm trying to be accommodating to everybody here to get as much consensus. I think what we want to do is send a signal to the administration, that, look, if things are going to change, you need to come back to us. I mean, we have a responsibility here. We're not just potted plants. And again, the enormous amount that we have already invested or borrowed, I mean, if we're going to continue to go down that road, we got to have a say in it. I wish it was stronger. Wouldn't mind being, but I think this is trying to work with everybody to make sure that we're not, that we have something that people feel comfortable with. This is the best we could do.
Well, this is one of the most important issues of our day, and I wish there were enough folks on both sides of the aisle to be excited about a date certain and a vote certain on that.
I think if we do this, it will be very difficult for them to ignore it. Let's put it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this amendment. I'm always kind of torn when we have a date certain. I'm not always big on putting out a date certain when we're going to leave somewhere if we're in a fight, because that just tells your bad guys they can wait you out. But this has already been done.
Right.
This has been done, and the President has done that. I don't want to see us lose another man or woman over there. And I've had a son who did 15 months in combat there. And when he was there, Charlie Wilson's War was a movie. Mm-hmm. And I can remember sitting there with my wife saying that, had we got rid of the Russians, had we just done a little more in regards to humanitarian aid, maybe we wouldn't have had the Taliban come to power and do the things that they're noted for doing to women and children, and to men too. So I think we've argued this point when the President got us involved in Libya. I think there was a number of us that wanted to weigh in on that and have a say. I think any time we commit our folks into harm's way, whether it's an airman or a Marine or a sailor or a soldier, this body should have a right to weigh in on it, because these are our kids that are going to fight our fight for the American public. So I think this is an appropriate response. I think that things do change, and if the President comes back, and I like the way you have it in here, comes back and can give us compelling reasons why we should extend, then it's on his responsibility to do that. But we should have a vote. And you're right, a lot of us weren't here. Would I have voted for us to go to Afghanistan? Absolutely. But I don't know that it should be an open-ended where Congress just sort of just goes along with it. And so I appreciate your amendment, and thank you for bringing this forward. I yield back.
Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good amendment. And the reason it's a good amendment is because it does recapture the authority of the Congress. And I think it's a good thing. We should be engaged in these kind of decisions, and unfortunately, for whatever reason, some of that was just slowly sifted away out of our hands, and I think we ought to recapture it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman Rosley.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. McGovern, how does this compare to the authorization that was originally done many years ago? This is for the transition plan?
Right. So, I mean, the authorization that happened after September 11th, 2001, I mean, it was pretty open-ended. I mean, and the Bush administration and the Obama administration have used that open-endedness to its fullest. What we're doing here is President Obama has basically stated what our policy is going to be. We could agree with it or disagree with it, about how we're going to extricate ourselves from Afghanistan. What this simply says is that if he decides to change that policy and expand our presence or continue our presence beyond what he stated, then you ought to come here and ask for a vote. We have not. I was here. I voted to go to war in Afghanistan, to go after Al Qaeda. I will be honest with you. What I voted for, what I thought I voted for, was not what we ended up getting. It's far beyond that. I think what this is an effort to do is simply, it basically says, if you're going to continue this or expand this, you got to come back to us and ask. You should come back to us and ask us to vote to support.
And if I could further ask the gentleman, do you believe that that initial authorization would still applies to our military operations today, or do you believe that our presence there is in violation of that authorization?
I personally believe that the original authorization was, as I go back and read it, could be interpreted a number of different ways. It's written broadly enough where I think that it is, we have what the authority the president has to do what he's doing is probably within the legal framework. I'm not saying he's in violation of what the original authorization was. I mean,
so you agree that it's not in violation of our operations there, but you seek to get authorization for what we're actually, for the president's plan to transition out.
Let me put it this way. I don't think most of us who voted for that authorization thought it was as open-ended and as broad, it would be as broadly interpreted as it is. I'm not arguing whether it's legal or not legal. I'm just simply saying that I think what I thought we were doing, I think what most of us did, we have gone far beyond that.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that we're.
Dr. Burgess and I came back from a Memorial Day visit to Afghanistan. We're very proud to have visited with our armed forces, and I think there are many different opinions, but there's a feeling there that now, having had this date certain when we are going to pull out, and looking at the mistakes that we made in the Iraq pullout, it's hard to get folks excited about their mission when they know that we're gonna be out of there in just record time now, and I don't see how this amendment, as well intentioned as it is, moves us further into the period of stability that we want for the people of Afghanistan.
Well, if I could answer that by saying I've been to Afghanistan a couple of times as well and met with our troops, and the president has stated his policy, whether you like it or not. He's stated his policy. All I'm simply saying is at some point we have to have some responsibility here, and we are going into debt, beyond what anybody's. What anybody, I think, completely appreciates on this war. Now, we can argue that that's worth every penny, and if that's the case, fine. We could argue that, that we should stay there 20 years longer. If that's what people believe, fine. All I'm simply saying is that I think every member of Congress ought to assume the responsibility of
and I just
not
want to just finish up
sit back and
thank you,
letting
just
it happen.
reclaiming my time, and just to say that when you look at the great changes in Afghanistan, and there have been progress, certainly for females who are receiving education for the first time, it's a whole generation that we have helped to educate, and we hope that moves them along in a very positive way.
If I could just be clear about one thing, this amendment doesn't say that, this doesn't kind of prejudge whether you're for the war in Afghanistan or against it. All it is simply saying is this is the longest war in our history.
I thank the gentleman.
And we ought to be able to have a vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the gentlewoman and her ideas, and I appreciate the gentleman in his open discussion. Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the recognition. I know it's been a long day. I got to tell you, in October of last year, there were a lot of things that startled me about last fall, but in October in particular, when Vice President Biden and our colleague Paul Ryan were on the vice presidential debate stage, and the question came up about Afghanistan, and the vice president was emphatic about we will be out of Afghanistan by the end of 2014. a question of conditions on the ground was brought up, and he was emphatic again. We will be out at the end of 2014. And like Mr. Nugent, I was startled by that because setting a date I was uncomfortable with that because I thought we were fighting toward or working toward an end toward conditions. But if you tell me it's only a calendar date, then hell, make it tomorrow. Make it tomorrow. Why wait? If it's not going to make any difference what it looks like when we get to the end of 2014, I got to tell you, let's not go to another funeral. Let's not spend another dime. So I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I speak strongly in favor of it. I hope we get an opportunity to vote. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess. I want to thank the entire committee. I know we're a good bit away from resolution this evening, but a number of us have not only shown great restraint but great wisdom today. And it is my hope that the gentleman, Mr. McGovern, will recognize that this committee, whether they're Republican or Democrat, that we're attempting to listen to each other and appropriately make decisions. I would like for us to know that I'm now going to put us into recess. I'd like for us to know that we're going to come back at 9 o'clock. I will notify you if we're off that. You'll get official notification. You will not get official notification about 9 o'clock unless they choose to reconfirm that. It's my hope that you'll have time to go to dinner. It's my hope that you'll both come back full of expectation of us being able to work together again as we have before now. And it's my hope that we will be able to do better than when we walked in with a product that at least resembles what this committee thinks is the right thing to do. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I make a request, not so much for today, but looking forward.
Yes, sir.
This stack of amendments, there were some people that came here to testify, and I'm grateful that they did. There are others who, for whatever reason, choose not to. And then there were a few that offered statements in support of their amendment. I just think when people don't think enough of their own offering, that they ought not be given an opportunity if we are not going to have a closed rule. And I think, at least on this list, most of them are Democrats, but I don't think their amendments ought to be made in order. And in the future, I think we ought to think about that.
Does someone have an opinion about that? I'm sorry.
Well,
the gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for not encouraging everyone to come by here and testify. Given our 9 o'clock hour, I certainly understand the spirit of Mr. Hastings' comment.
I can relate. You notice I said in the future.
These are really important questions because I think that our colleagues share ideas, and it's my hope that everyone knew this committee would be open to them. It's my hope that they knew that they would be questioned fairly and get a fair hearing. It's my hope that they knew that they could come and sit here for an hour knowing that it would make a difference and they could know that they were representing somebody back home or themselves. And so in fact, I more agree than disagree with the gentleman. And perhaps what I'm going to have to say to people in fairness is you need to be up before the Rules Committee if you want your amendment made in order. And I think that it would be fair that I have not stated that before now. And so tonight will not be the beginning of that. And I am not saying that we have started that, but I'm just simply suggesting I think that would be a fair thing to do if word's out. If word's not out, I don't think it's fair. So I appreciate the feedback. Is there other feedback? Kind of like what I say at home. Why don't you take 15 seconds and tell me what I'm doing wrong? But if anybody has any other feedback, we've spent all day here, and it's important that we all feel good about what we're getting ready to do. So, any other feedback? Well, if you don't think I didn't think about this last night, in fact, I did. And so, committee will now be in recess till 9 o'clock p.m.